What is up, everybody? Welcome, greetings, and happy Saturday. And we're definitely not in demo mode anymore. Let me get rid of that. There we go. We are, in fact, in Metroid mode today, because we will finally be checking out this little thing right here. I didn't even unbox it or anything, so we'll do that first, I guess. Well, I mean, we'll do that before we play it, obviously. But we'll get some regular housekeeping stuff out of the way first. What is up, everybody? Macaw, Summer Keto, Space Hoppercopter, Raccoon, everybody else, of course, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you are enjoying your Saturday so far. I've been having a nice chill day myself, actually. I started just a tiny little bit on my well, I guess I don't have it here anymore because it's in my bedroom. But I started on my second Gundam kit, and it's definitely a little more finicky than the first one, but I'm looking forward to building it, and I'll be showing that off whenever I make any actual real progress on that. But turns out model kits are fun, which is not a surprise. But it's been nice. I've been enjoying tinkering away at that on over the weekends. Yeah, what I was gonna say something and I forgot. Anyway, yeah, D, what's up? It's been it's been interesting. I mean, as you guys probably know, I'm not usually the most like spoiler averse person. I think we talked about this when we were playing Metroid Fusion too. It just sort of happened that way that I've not really seen anything about or of Metroid Dread, and since I got close enough to the release date in that state, I was like, well, let's try to keep it that way. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's an anticipated game. People are going to have opinions on it, so it's kind of inevitable that people are going to be talking about it. But I've been doing my best to avoid hearing anything about it. I've picked up snippets here and there, very vague, context-free snippets, but it's been a lot of seeing people talk about it and immediately looking the other way. So I'm looking forward to getting into it so I can I can live a more relaxed existence. I mean, what little I can gather is it seems like impressions are largely positive, but I don't take that to mean anything because I feel like I mean, first of all, I know myself better than to expect my tastes to be aligned with anybody else's, let alone general consensus. But also, I feel like anything like this, the first impressions that you're going to hear are always going to be from people who want it to be good. People are excited. I mean, even if, you know, in some cases you can have a loud backlash against something or other, I feel like that usually takes more than 24 hours to emerge. So, I don't know. But yeah, I haven't really heard any specifics. I think I saw someone mention that there's some different kinds of upgrades and stuff, and that's exciting. That was pretty fun with AM2R and Fusion, how it didn't necessarily follow the exact same mold as one might expect in terms of the progression of upgrades and the specific abilities and stuff. And I guess it makes sense that this would have some new stuff or some different stuff. I'm trying to remember if there was something else, but I guess I shouldn't try to remember. I should try to forget. In any case, we will be playing Metroid Dread, and we'll be doing that pretty much all day today, and I'm fairly certain we will not get through the game, not even... I don't know. We'll be going at a pretty leisurely pace, I would say. Not only am I not going to like speedrun it my first way through, I'm sure, I mean, especially if Macaw's in chat, I'll stop to to get sidetracked by some other conversation at least 5 or 6 times. But I gather that's kind of why we're here, right? So that's not a big deal. Mr. Fui, what is up? Yeah, a little bit interesting to see what the level of challenge is going to be like. I think Fusion was a little bit of a surprise in terms of its challenge, but it was welcome, I think, because it added, in my mind, it added to the experience and to the atmosphere. And I'm glad it didn't like it. It's funny because I think my recollection of the end of the game looming like a dark shadow over the entire experience is what added the most to it, because I had this constant fear that we would get completely stuck, and that ended up never happening. I mean, we died a few times on a couple of bosses and some other random deaths, but every single time we had like 3 or 4 deaths in the same spot, every attempt was like visible progress towards overcoming it, and then we did. And even SAX, which was like by far the thing I was most worried about, we did it like second try. Like my first try I got destroyed, and then my second try I was like, all right, let's actually try to develop some kind of strategy. And I kind of just lucked into the kind of correct pattern of doing it, and it was, I don't want to say trivial, but we kind of beat the boss no sweat, and it was fine after that. So, but having that at least fear of death and failure, that's not really ever present outside of like going into certain boss fights blind, or what have you in some of the other games. I was about to say most other modern Metroids, but that's not really the word for it, because Super Metroid is not really that difficult. Like, I think the original NES Metroid, my main recollection of having played that in, you know, I was gonna say relatively modern times, but I guess within the last 20 years, was that it is pretty unwelcoming and kind of ruthless, and as such a little bit frustrating. But Super, and especially Zero Mission, is like not really much of a threat at all. So it'll be interesting to see how, and even AM2R, which I think definitely had more, I don't even want to call it difficulty spikes, but it had more like challenging encounters than Super Metroid does. It felt like a very slight bump in difficulty compared to Fusion's rather notable like elevation of the challenge. So it'll be interesting. I hope if this game is hard that I don't find it too frustrating. Sanuj, what is up? Yeah, I pretty much, I mean, I watched the initial reveal trailer, and I guess it's like 2D. There is a Nemesis Mr. X type thing that's like chasing you. I have no idea how it works mechanically, but like conceptually, there's this iMac looking robot that I guess is invincible. So we'll see how that works. You want an in-depth analysis of my opinions on the yellow soundtrack on the English dub, I guess, of the Cobra movie? Well, I have at least seen the Cobra movie. I watched it a few months ago, I guess, for the first time. But I watched it in Japanese, and I also don't remember much of it, especially not the soundtrack, much less the English one, so I'll have to take a rain check on that. I'll give you my impressions on the movie. It's like visually kind of cool, but it's really wild if you're familiar with the series, because they like this, it's completely different. Everything, it's like it borrows scenes from the comic, but it like kind of bears very little resemblance to the actual plot and the series of events. And it's, I didn't dislike the movie, but I wouldn't, if someone was like interested in Cobra, I wouldn't recommend that version or like that movie, because to me it's like so not what the actual series is. Enjoyable enough, but just strange. Raccoon, I have not played or really even seen much of the previous Mercury Steam game. No, the 3DS one. Yeah, so that's the other thing too, right? I don't have much of a notion of what to expect based on that game. Probably for the better, for the benefit of my likelihood of being judgmental. I don't know. That's not weird. That's not the right way of putting it, but in terms of setting the bar of my expectations, it's probably an advantage to Metroid Dread that my familiarity with Mercury Steam comes from the Castlevania game. Well, games plural, but specifically the what was it called? Mirror of Fate, the 3DS Castlevania game they made. Because that game was a complete pile of shit. It was trash. It was like... I wanted to say before that it's one of the worst Metroid-style games that I've ever played. I will say that it's definitely among the worst ones that I've finished. But I think Batman, what was it called? Arkham Origins Blackgate is probably worse, because both of them are like terribly structured. But they both make like very big and fundamental mistakes in how to kind of structure progression and abilities and level design, but in very different ways. But at least in Mirror of Fate, the map works. You can like look at the map and see where to go. But both of them are really boring and bad and annoying. And they're both kind of helping me feel stronger and stronger that I don't actually like that style of game, except if they're actually Metroid. Because the more I think of it, the harder it is for me to come up with examples of other games in that mold that I actually enjoy. Because, I mean, I have enjoyed some of the Castlevania games and finished those, but I'm not even sure how much I like those now, because I haven't played any of them in a long time. They're obviously, like, well-crafted games with a lot of cool stuff in them. But I can tell you this, like, anything that isn't a Metroid, an actual literal Metroid, that is structured in a similar way, I tend to kind of feel like I wish it was a more linear game. And I don't think I have probably ever played a linear action game and wished it was more like a Metroid-style structure. I don't know, I guess like Batman Arkham Asylum is pretty much a 3D Metroid, and I do like that game quite a bit. But those are kind of exceptions, I don't know. A lot of other stuff, like, I don't know, I tend to either fall off or just, like, not really care for that much. But Metroid in particular, as it turns out, has a kind of, I mean, not only are they generally very well made, but also, they never feel too formulaic. Like, even Zero Mission, which doesn't really have a lot of original ideas, has a nice, solid foundation of, like, movement and combat that feels good. And it's still, like, decently paced, and it's like, it's got nice art and music, and it feels good and everything. But all the other 2D games that we've played, like, all of them have, like, these really memorable kind of standout moments and interesting, varied locations and encounters, and I don't know, just a lot of stuff going for them. And each of them, like, really stands on their own as a distinct experience. And I'm not sure if that's always true for, like, looking at the Castlevania games, for example. I've played most of those. And sure, each of them has, like, its own set of mechanics and systems that are unique to that game. But they do, I mean, especially if you play them kind of after one another, they tend to be a little samey. And playing, like, all these Metroid games, I feel like it's not the similarities that stand out, it's all the differences between them that stand out. Yeah, Cobra the Shooting, or Cobra the Arcade, rather. Cobra the Shooting is kind of mediocre, but Cobra the Arcade seems like so incredibly sick. It's a, it's essentially a Time Crisis spin-off. Like, it, my understanding, having not played it, but having read about it and watched videos, like, it plays very much like Time Crisis with the same, like, pedal mechanic, I guess. And it's, you know, it's like early to mid 2000s Namco arcade. Like, how is that not going to be 10 out of 10 quality? It seems extremely cool. So, yeah, even just, I don't know, I was going to say emulating it, but you're not really going to get that experience. I guess, I mean, I would still like to see the entire game, even if I would have to play it with a mouse or some Wiimote contraption or whatever it is, but yeah. I mean, that would have been sick on the PS2 for sure. Yeah, it's got, like, the... Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Virtual Cop 3, another game I've never gotten to play that always sounded so sick with, like, the... It has, like, the same, basically the same mechanic as Afterburner Climax, where you can, like, enable slow motion, and you can, like, shoot bullets out of the air. I don't know, that always sounded sick. I don't know if I've ever, like, seen pictures, let alone video of Virtual Cop 3, but it always sounded sick. I mean, the first 2 games were awesome, so... Fucking arcade games, man. Not finding their way home, or to Scandinavia. Yeah, Other M is... I mean, I don't know. I've heard... I don't want to say mixed things, because I've certainly heard mostly negative things about Other M, but I've heard varied things. I've heard people have different opinions on different aspects of that game, and it's definitely a game I want to play at some point, but I won't be making it a priority at the moment. But certainly the gameplay mechanics and its structure and how it works as a game is the part I'm intrigued by. Its narrative ambitions are perhaps what has kept me from actually playing it. But I do own it, so we'll get to it. You know, once we're done with all this shit, we'll get to that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Dread plays. Again, I've not played Samus Returns, but it's... I don't know. The only thing I really know or expect is that you're going to be using the analog stick, and I guess there's like right stick aiming maybe. And that level of granularity and analog input, I'm always wary of doing that in 2D games. I was actually, I guess I was like pre-ranting when I was making lunch earlier today. I was just like reflecting on that idea, because it didn't fully sit right with me to say that I don't like analog controls in 2D games, because that's not really true. That's not really the problem. I think it's more about a mismatch in granularity of control and like visibility on screen. The scale at which you're controlling characters it doesn't have to be a Metroid game, it could be any kind of like 2D side-scrolling action game. It's, I guess to me, like the increased fidelity of analog movement is only really necessary if you're either kind of I don't know, I was gonna say up close, but it's not purely like a camera thing, but I guess what I'm getting at, like with something like Metroid, let's take that as an example. Digital inputs are generally going to give you more precision. Like you have fewer potential different inputs to choose from, and it's going to be easier to hit the specific input you want. I feel like it meshes nicely with the level of fidelity and granularity in like a typical grid that you would build a level around. And like having like analog movement speed for walking or running in something that is at that scale, I feel like I can't really imagine a scenario where it's going to be beneficial to have more than like walking and running, or walk, or like I don't know, walking and sneaking or whatever. Like having that full scale granularity doesn't seem beneficial necessarily. So it adds like, I mean, I think with any game, even if we're talking about like whether it's a Super Mario 64 or a Uncharted or whatever, like a 3D movement kind of thing, in a way, like you still have less precision with an analog stick. Like you have more freedoms of what's the word? Degrees of freedom. Like there's a finer control in a way, but it's still kind of, it's not easy to find. I don't know. You can't be as precise, I guess, or not as easily. And I think it's like there's a trade-off there in precision that needs to be kind of justified. And I don't know specifically that Metroid Dread or Samus Returns does not justify it, but that's my general kind of feel. So like whenever I play when we do these like Steam demos or playing indie games or whatever, when there's a 2D game that does not allow for or like function properly with D-pad movement input, I'm gonna go into it immediately skeptical of the game's design, because I'm gonna wonder what the reasoning is for not being able to, like, why do I need this slippery joystick to move around when I could be moving with perfect precision? Like, what reason is there? And I mean, in the case of Metroid specifically, I think we can look at enough games to say that digital inputs work really well. Because, like, Zero Mission and AM2R in particular, they feel great. They control great. I mean, even looking at something like Super Metroid, which controls very clunkily and strangely, can you imagine if you had, like, any degree of analog control in Super Metroid? I don't know. The mind reels just trying to imagine how much more slippery and sloppy and weird that would be. Maybe speedrunners would love it because you would have like some extra, like the skill ceiling might increase even higher in terms of getting the perfect inputs. I don't know, but it would seem weird to me. And same thing with just like, I think, I mean, I guess I see this a lot because as some of you may know, for my day job, part of my duties is teaching at a game development school. I don't teach game design, I teach art, but of course I involve myself with students and I see what they're making and we talk about game design and stuff. And I notice, like, among younger people, there tends to be you come to things from a different perspective, I guess. Like, I'm informed by the simplicity of games I grew up with. And I happen to also like arcade games and simple games in some ways. I mean, I love mechanically in-depth and complex games, sure, but I mean, in terms of control inputs, for example, I always feel like you should probably keep things as simple as they possibly can be. Like, you're not going to add depth to your game by adding complexity to the control method. You may require a more sophisticated control input, method to deal with all the complexity of the mechanics, maybe, but that's more of a I was going to say it's more correlation and not causation. I guess it's more that the causation goes the other way. But what I was trying to get at is like, I've seen a lot of people, when they kind of come up with the general concept for how a game might play or control, it's, there's a lot of like default assumptions being made about like number of buttons used, or, if I have a controller, then of course I would use both joysticks or whatever it might be. And there doesn't always seem to be like, because, and I mean, it makes sense if you have grown up with games that typically have those kinds of controls, that would probably be your kind of, that's where your mind goes initially. But I feel like even something as simple as the choice of analog controls versus a D-pad input, like I think that is something that needs justification. And I think, to be frank, of course, or to be clear, I guess, I think D-pad inputs you should justify that too. You should justify every creative decision. You should be able to, at least. I don't mean that everything needs defending, but creative decisions like those should, in my mind, probably come from a place of intent and conscious thought and not just a shrug. But even having said that, I mean, I would still, if you have to default to something, I would default to the simpler kind of digital controls. And if you want to have analog controls, there should be a reason for it. Hey, what's up, Baseball? Yeah, the world of mechanical engineering. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Where was I going with this? I don't know. I guess this game has analog controls anyway, so it's gonna be interesting to see if I immediately hate it, or if the game manages to justify it, which I'm completely open to the possibility of. I just can't think of many examples off the top of my head where I think that worked super duper well. I'm sure there's a lot that I just don't think of, whether it's like, games that have free kind of analog joystick aiming for running and shooting and stuff. I'm sure I know there's plenty of 2D games like that. I don't think there's many of them that would like be at the top of my list of favorites, because I would probably generally prefer arcade games or games that don't control that way. But if that's the design and it's executed well, then I have no problem with it. But yeah, I guess in terms of Metroid Dread specifically, going in with expectations or having some idea what the game is or anything, I guess one thing it's making me chuckle because I guess I've heard people complain / be afraid that the game is way too short. Like, oh, it's only 10 hours or whatever. It's like, what can I do but laugh? It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I expect it to be the longest of all the games we've done for this series. We played through Zero Mission, AM2R, Super Metroid, and Fusion. And I think AM2R and Fusion were... Actually, I think I spent the most time on Fusion, but in-game time, my final completion time was pretty even. Both of those were a little bit over 5 hours, I think. And I'm sure this is gonna... Like, I expect this to be a slightly bigger game. I expect there to be more text and stuff. I expect there to be more downtime. I expect... You know, I'm not rushing through it either. So... I think... I will approach this not having any... I'll take my time with it. I'm not going to stress anything. So I think just on account of being modern and with the budget and whatever, like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if I end up with an in-game time of, I don't know, 8 to 12 hours or something. But I would also hope that this is a game that I could reasonably easily play through a second or third time and finish in 3 hours. Because that's what I want out of a Metroid game. I don't want a Metroid game where I could be familiar with it and really like it and replay it and still have to do it in 2 sittings to get through it. That sounds whack, frankly. But we'll see. We'll see. It's how many dread locks will there be? It's funny you say that because I found like in terms of challenge, Metroid Fusion had a lot of difficult boss fights and stuff, but it also had me stumped in terms of how to progress far more than any of the other games. I felt never too long. I could always figure it out, but I found that really interesting in that the linearity, so-called, that people tend to want to complain about in Fusion. I don't really think it's necessarily that much more linear than other Metroid games, at least not in terms of where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do. Maybe your abilities to backtrack and go off the beaten path and just fuck around is a little bit limited, but to me that's not a bad thing because it means that they can kind of increase the complexity of what they're requiring of you to make progress in terms of exploration rather than combat, because you always have a fairly limited area. Like when you're like banging on every wall to find a hidden path, you know that you only have to do that for a small subsection of the map. You don't have to do that like over the entire map, and that's not really true of some of the other games. I don't want the game to take 34 hours before getting missiles. As it turns out, I do not. Yeah. It's like how Zero Mission kind of pays lip service to the structure of the original by requiring you to collect the long beam, but you get the long beam like 2 rooms into the game. Yeah, you want like that steady stream of power-ups. That feels good. What was I gonna say? Kind of lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, but right, getting kind of stumped by what the game expects you to do to progress. Having that actually be a fun part of like thinking, I don't know. Metroid Fusion had me stumped, but it also made me feel like a genius for figuring shit out and for intuiting based on clues in the environment and in the map design. And once I had like a hunch of, maybe it's something like this, more often than not, it turned out to be correct. Or if I was not correct, I was like thinking of it backwards or like sort of tangentially kind of correct. I don't know. I think that was very, very well designed in that sense. So it will be interesting. Like, I guess most of the conversations about difficulty in not just Metroid, but games in general, unless it's something like The Witness or something, a puzzle game with no conflict or action, difficult tends to center on, getting killed by enemies. But it'll be interesting to see how I feel about the challenge in terms of calling it puzzle solving seems strange, but traversal and exploration, I guess. SDS, what's up? Yeah, we'll see. See, that's the I guess another axis of judging difficulty is like patience of putting up with all this narrative bullshit. I wonder how much of that there's going to be. More than I would want. I'm almost certain. But it is what it is, and we'll see what it's like. So we have the game right here, and in fact, unbeknownst to me, I also got a poster with it. It's like one of these nicely creased fold-up posters. I do quite like this key art, though. I like the use of color. I like the suit design, so... I don't know. Maybe I'll bring this to the office or something, and have it actually framed and hung or something. It looks like a nice poster. I'm just impressed that it arrived in nice shape, because this was just like in a padded envelope like this, and it was not creased or folded or fucked up in any way, which is quite impressive, I have to say. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I don't know anything about upgrades or how anything works. Wow, there's like, okay, well, luckily the front cover is not defiled here, but we have got some Scandinavian text here. Well, it's in English there, as you can see, but then we got some Swedish and Norwegian, I guess, and Finnish. Classic European, but at least we don't have 12 languages, so could be worse. No, but it's something I had thought about briefly, but I didn't bring up in conversation. Yeah, the Varia suit looked weird in Fusion for sure. I loved the gravity suit, and then the final suit looked kind of whack again. Just looked like a worse version of the power suit. But I was thinking, like, when they first showed the game, right, and we saw what Samus looks like, one of the first thoughts I had, I guess, is like, well, I bet there's gonna be other suits, and I didn't think about upgrades. I was thinking more about, like, I bet you can play the game with the power suit. Maybe you can play with the fusion suit. Maybe you can play with, I don't know, one of the 5 dozen suits from the Prime games or something. Who knows? But thinking about it a little further, I was like, wait, hang on. I guess every Metroid game has you change suits throughout the game. So, and if anyone knows, by all means, like, keep that to yourselves. I'm happy to discover this as we go. But, yeah, like, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to diving into this with really no clue at all about what to expect. Hey, we actually get no manual, no fucking nothing, but at least a nice little inside artwork. Guess we'll do this. A copy of Astral Chain that's probably been sitting in there for about 2 years. I played about 15 minutes of it. I guess we'll do this. And, well, I guess we'll hop on over here. And, I don't know if this is gonna install or patch or whatever it's gonna do. I don't know how Switch games work. I never play my Switch. In fact, between trying out the Famicom Detective Club and now this, I feel like I played my Switch on stream more this year than I've played it at all in the last few. Let me switch my display. Well, hang on. Hang on. Let me do some organization here. And change displays here so I actually can see what I'm doing. Might help. Oh yeah, let me also mute this thing. Come on, display. One thing that's really annoying me, I mentioned this before, I think, but so my main monitor is an Asus monitor, and my secondary monitor, which used to be my primary monitor before I got the new one, it's the same brand, and it's very similar in menus, but the menus for my new monitor, for some reason, do not have like shortcuts for switching inputs, which my old one had. So with my new fancy like 100 and however many hertz 1440p HDR monitor, it's great in a lot of ways, but it's like way slower at changing inputs, which is annoying. Jessica Hot Jams, welcome, welcome. Looks like quite the collection behind me. It sure is. In fact, I have a little link here in case you are curious. I have a lot of crap, a lot of games, and a lot of other stuff too. And we usually every so often do unboxing streams, rather, if I can talk, where we unbox. Well, I was going to show something, but it's a little bit outside of arm's reach. But I have a bunch of Japanese guidebooks and comics and stuff too, in addition to games. And kind of stuff is fun. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff. Trap, what's up? I'll use my Switch. Yeah, I mean, I have. See, this is like some fighting game thing that I bought for $1 to play for my fighting game streams. This is the free version of Fighting EX Lair that I got for the same reason. Yeah, I think like about half of the games I have on here are like weird indie things I got for $1, or Sega Aegis releases, or free downloads, or platinum games, or Zero Team. Also, I think these are sorted by playtime, so you can see that everything below Metroid Dread I've played less than or equal to 0 minutes. So I've never played Bayonetta or Bayonetta 2, I guess, but of course I have finished them both on other systems. I need to play Gal Metal sometime, though. Oh yeah, I guess I got Nitro Ball. That's cool. But yeah, that's kind of, you can see how much I've. So yeah, I was grinding out Into the Breach a lot. And I guess somehow, we played G&G more than the hours I spent playing Picross on the toilet. That's impressive to me. I'm not sure how that worked out, but yeah, I have never played my Switch all that much. But hey, it was all worth it, so we can finally play Metroid Dread. Let's do it. Carl, what's up, dude? This feels weird. I'm excited, but it feels weird. Alright. Got Metroid music. Let me see if I have enough. Wait, can I actually check? Okay, yeah. I just wanted to unplug my controller here so I can live the wireless future. New 2D Metroid in the year of our Lord 2021. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Well, I don't know. I guess this shit's gonna be different for everyone watching too, but I guess this is good enough. All right. I mean, I'm just soaking in the atmosphere. I'm soaking in the presentation. It looks pretty slick. I like it so far. What's up, Cody? Blasted with 3 chat pop-ups, follower emotes, chat rules, resub notification. I mean, that's it's not my fault you had to reset all of your connections and passwords, Cody. Yeah, Lemsar, you never really know what to do with the brightness, right? Like, I follow the instructions best I can, but then in some games the gamma's all fucked, so the brightness is all messed up anyway. Macaw, you're just sliding in on the... I guess it's not the finish line, it's just by the starting line. You're just like... fucking 25 years of practicing your Yahoo Auctions sniping skills. to derail my stream. But do I think chicken bacon and avocado on burgers owns? I'll tell you this about chicken bacon. I've tried cooking it a few times, and it's kind of trash. I mean, it tastes fine, but it's like it doesn't cook like proper bacon at all. So if I had someone prepare a burger with, like, if they can figure out how to fuck you cook chicken bacon and do it well, sure. Or maybe it was turkey, whatever it was not pork anyway. But if you mean chicken, comma, bacon, comma, avocado. No, I mean, you can like make bacon out of non-pork meat, or you can make something that you call bacon. Maybe that's Scandinavian technology that hasn't reached foreign shores yet. But all right, so I mean, things are getting complex here. So is that a chicken burger, or do you have a beef patty with chicken on top? Because I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not sure, like, how thinly sliced does everything need to be to fit on the same burger? But I'm trying to think if I've ever actually had avocado on a burger. I would definitely. I mean, it sounds great. Avocado's delicious. Moderate slices. All right. I mean, I don't think I've had a burger. I've had a burger with pulled pork on it, but I don't think I've actually had a burger with chicken as a condiment. I mean, it sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Yeah, the problem with avocado is, like, it gets kind of weird when it's warmed up, right? It gets really soft and squishy, and like the place where we usually used to go have lunch when I was living in Bulgaria, there was like a restaurant almost next door to the office. They had like a pasta that had like diced avocado and fresh tomato. I don't know, it had some stuff in it, and like taste-wise it was fine, but it was like kind of the longer the avocado sat in the pasta dish, it got like, it doesn't quite melt, but it gets a little weird. It's fine, but it like, I don't dislike it in any way, but it's like on a burger, I guess your avocado is gonna get, it's not gonna melt, but it's gonna get like slippery. I don't know. So those are my thoughts on chicken, bacon, avocado burgers in various combinations. How about that? No separate option screen or anything? We're just jumping in? Oh, the music, though. Metroid. Virulent floating organism that drained energy from its prey through physical contact. Metroids were originally created by the Chozo and named after their word for ultimate warrior. Their value as a bioweapon sparked several crises, and as a result, all traces of them have been eliminated. They are now extinct. Why does X look like fucking Starfy? Alright, whatever. X-Parasite. A gelatinous parasitic organism indigenous to the planet SR-388. It could absorb the DNA of its host, living or dead, and replicate its form. When infecting a living host, it could even access the host's memories.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Thank you very much for your continued dedication to unspeakable horror, Goaty. I appreciate it. X-parasites were driven not by emotion, but by an instinctive need to replicate and spread to increasingly stronger hosts. Their inability to be controlled marked them as even more dangerous than their sole predator, the Metroids. Like the Metroids, they are believed extinct. lot to take in here just from the visuals and how this is presented. I don't dislike the way it looks, but it's kind of funny. There's something about this. Like the illustrations in Fusion were awesome, and I wouldn't like. Of course, they're not going to do hand-drawn illustrations for something like this in that same style. But it's just funny seeing this like CG Samus looking almost. I feel like some of it could have. This could have been straight out of like 15, 20-year-old like GameCube games. It's just interesting, like the kind of art direction and style of it. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Like it feels visually kind of consistent with those games, if not the GBA stuff and everything. But it's I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. With no Metroid surviving on SR-388, it became infested with the X, horrifying parasites capable of imitating any living being. Unaware of this, I set foot on the planet, got infected, and almost died. I like this kind of very, how do you put it? Like not episodic, but it's kind of similar to the kind of snapshotty like flashback storytelling of the intros in Super Metroid and Fusion, which is cool. The only thing that saved me was a vaccine created from Metroid DNA, which also left me uniquely able to oppose the X. This ability was tested immediately when I went to Biologic Space Laboratories research station to investigate a distress signal. Yeah, I like you can clearly identify the ship and the landing bay from Fusion. Alright, that was summarized pretty quickly there. I mean, I guess they they summarized the other 3 games even faster, but I don't know, that was just funny. There, I battled many powerful X forms, including the SA-X, which was the X mimicking me in my power suit at full strength. I eventually eliminated the X menace on SR-388 by setting the BSL research station on a collision course with the planet. And also blowing it up, but I guess both? Alright. After that, the X and Metroids were just memories. Or so we thought. Just when it all seemed over, the Galactic Federation received a mysterious video transmission just 19 years later. Having some trouble figuring out what you're looking at, huh, Baseball? Yeah, I like the style of this and the art in general. It showed an X, alive and in the wild. Thorough analysis proved the video was real. Although the sender was unknown, the transmission was traced to a particular planet. It's been 19 years since Fusion came out. I don't think it's meant to have been 19 years in the story. I'm just making light of the fact that it's been a very long time, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, like how much time are we to assume has passed? I don't think it's ever made clear in any of the games how close they are in time. It's just interesting. I'm not saying they should have come up with a plot that is set 20 years later, but it's just having fun. The Prime games are definitely all set before Fusion, but I forget exactly. I think they're all set between, like they're set after the first game, but I think they're set before Super Metroid, but probably, I don't know, somewhere in between then. Maybe it's between Super and Fusion. I'm not positive. Because Other M is like before Metroid 1, I think. Or maybe Other M is after 1 or whatever, but the Primes are their own canon. I guess maybe. I don't give a shit about canon. But they are like, if for no other reason than Samus having her power suit, they are definitely not after Fusion. But I remember even at the time, they were like, because Metroid Prime, the first one, and Fusion came out in a similar time frame, and Fusion was like Metroid 4, and Prime was like the prequel thing. Anyway, it was called ZDR. If the X had somehow escaped extinction out there, it would pose a threat to the entire galaxy. The Galactic Federation dispatched a research team of 7 Emmy to investigate. An Emmy is a large research robot designed to capture field samples and extract their DNA. Their incredible mobility and protective plating, made of the strongest stuff in the universe, that's a highly scientific term, practically guarantee the mission's success. Although, to be clear, I'm glad there's not a footnote there for 5 fucking Wikipedia pages telling us the lore of their strongest stuff in the universe. I'm happy to leave it at that. It's just a funny phrasing. But not long after their arrival on ZDR, all communication was lost. What is happening on ZDR? Is the planet really infested with X? Is the only one immune to the parasites? It's up to me to go there and find out. So is this like... Did she just make this up? I mean, I don't mean in like a conspiracy kind of way or anything. I just mean, was she ordered there? It's funny, like I remember reading something not too long ago about like how Samus in like all the official lore and documentation is always referred to as a bounty hunter. But apparently, what's his name? Sakimoto, or the dude, like the lead creative dude on Metroid, like I guess didn't know what that actually means. Because she's not actually like a mercenary. She's basically a space cop, right? She always goes to places like on orders from the Federation. Jonathan, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, I guess I'm surprised we don't get any kind of, well, so far, no kind of explanation or description or presentation or introduction of any kind to her new look here. Space cop. I mean, maybe she's a space scientist. He's not really a bounty hunter, though. Environmental inspector. I mean, she's an exterminator, I guess.
Soon be entering ZDR's atmosphere.
Huh. Okay, I'm sure we're gonna get some suit lore because she's in power suit colors.
For this mission does not seem appropriate.
Hey, an actual bounty? What's with that?
The risk clearly outweighs the reward.
So was the first voice we heard Samus's voice, and this is the ship's voice?
Entering the atmosphere in T-10.
I guess that's
9, 8, 7, 6,
her
5,
wife arm,
3,
except it's her
1.
commanding officer boyfriend in the ship's computer. I mean, I guess that's kind of how Fusion ended, right? So that makes sense. Well, we've changed colors. I think we skipped a few beats there. Also, yeah, the suit's definitely different because the weird like collar light things like didn't look the same.
That elevator leads to the depths of an underground facility. Signal quality is likely to be
Alright,
low.
fucking photosensitivity warning.
Try to connect to the facility's network when you reach the bottom. That way,
I hope we don't have to listen to this voice throughout the entire game because it's not very pleasant to listen to, is it? Also, the frame rate and all of this is concerning. I hope this is not representative of the actual frame rate in the game, but I mean, it's gonna be what it is. What it is. All right, we're just down here to fight Shocker. It's kind of cool. I like the way this looks, but I'm a little puzzled, but I guess we'll have things explained sooner or later. Also, this thing is, I don't know. I don't like the fact that this thing has a bird face, which implies we're gonna get a bunch more unnecessary bird lore. Just like my least favorite part of Metroid. Frame rate higher than PC 88 standard? I mean, it depends on what kind of game it is and how it functions, I would say. Alright, did Birdman just shoot an upgrade into us so we changed our suit? I don't know. Oh, okay, well. Got a good frame rate now. Nice. Man, I really love the silhouette of her boots. Okay, so D-pad is map control and probably some other stuff. Yeah, so like when... Okay, interesting. So you just like... If you're in somersault mode, just tap jump next to the wall and you wall jump. Yeah, it's got the fusion like forced. You cannot jump. I'm holding left the entire time. And you're like being pushed out. No charge beam? Oh yeah, there's like... Okay, so you don't use the right stick, but you have like analog aiming. Is there a lock? That's the missile button, I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I hold the left bumper, L or ZL, whichever one it is. It's L, I guess. Okay, well, at least there's no weird right stick thing. It's still weird to me to have this kind of granular aiming control, but... yeah, especially the fact that you have, like, tap down on the analog stick to crouch. Feels a little strange, but... we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, like, when we saw her in the ship, she had a... It wasn't like this exact suit, but it was definitely not the orange fusion suit either. She had a different suit that was orange. And, I don't know, what we saw in the sequence before this didn't seem to be presented in a fully, like, linear chronology. But I guess we landed, we went into the cave, we fought Harvey Birdman over there, and shit exploded and there was bright white flashes, and then we woke up in a different suit. Ooh, we can paint in the map. That's fine. We can leave it at that. I'm not like that's the thing. You know, I'm not looking for a lot of narrative or plot or dialogue. Oh, wow, okay. ZL, is it just a slide button? Because it doesn't do anything if I'm... It's not like a crouch button. And I can't... No, I'm just learning the controls here. I'm trying to see if I can, like... Yeah, you can shoot up while sliding. Okay, cool. Usually these games, like, they front-load storytelling aspects. Oh, okay, you don't need to, like, have a running start to slide. Oh, interesting. I can't aim at all without holding... If I'm hanging here, I have to hold the aim button. I can't shoot upwards otherwise. Usually they would front load, you know, they put the backstory stuff in it, and then when the game starts, you know exactly what's going on. But I guess I should expect this to follow more in not just Fusion's template of having story beats and dialogue and details being sprinkled out throughout the game, but also it's a modern game, so there's inevitably going to be more of that shit. I thought you were seeing a weird X-ray. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Like, I like the fact that we don't really see it here. Actually, is there a cool suit screen? Well, kind of. You don't really see it very well here, but there's a lot of these kind of organic-looking parts to the suit, which I think is cool. Like, I talked about that a bit in Fusion, right? Like, I'm not in love with... Mission log, okay. With how the Fusion suit looks. I think it looks better in game than it does in the artwork, and I think it looks better with the Gravity Suit colors than any of the other color schemes. But I like the idea of, like, with what they were doing with the story and the premise of that game and the infection and whatever, like, that she bonded, like, with her suit or some weird stuff, like, that there's a kind of organic element to her suit. And it would make sense that even if she's not, like, literally physically stuck in that suit, the fact that she, even if she has a new suit, like, there's an organic element to it. I like that. That's kind of a neat touch. Holds on the wall like that. But overall, I mean, I like the look of this suit a lot better than the Fusion suit, just in general. I don't know, you guys seem to be commenting a bunch on the camera. It's not really something I've noticed, or, like, it doesn't stand out to me. We'll see how it behaves. It's kind of cool, you can, like, aim backwards. I like that. Yeah, like, it's kind of always the case, right? Like, with camera stuff, that it's not always better for the person playing than watching, but you will not have the same experience playing as you have watching, for better or for worse.
Uploading data.
So, you've accessed a network station. Well done, Samus. I have reviewed your vital. I've run a full analysis.
I hate this voice.
I cannot account for why you lost consciousness. My readings indicate dramatic physical changes, and whatever caused these changes seems to have stripped you of most abilities. You might call it physical amnesia.
Alright, okay, there's her story justification.
That brings me to your assailant. I am checking the Federation database against your video log. It appears to have been a Chozo. Yet I have determined that you are somewhere within the depths of ZDR. Your top priority should be.
This is doing, like, is there an opposite of ASMR? Whatever that is, like, that's what this is triggering in me. It's like, ugh, it's making, it does not feel good. I'm like ignoring it while he's talking, and then I can look at it and read. Alright, we're in the depths.
This planet
go up.
to consist of multiple areas.
Okay, there's areas, map.
You may encounter pockets of low temperature. Your Metroid
Alright.
There are many such cold areas
Cold.
scattered under
Yep.
one final thing. Underground interference.
No radio. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so let me see then. Okay, sure. Minus is the options. Okay. Oh yeah, I wonder what the amiibo... Actually... Why don't we give this a shot? I have exactly 3 amiibo, and this happens to be one of them. So, extra resource or replenish a random amount of energy or missiles. Well, I guess let's save it for when we need it. But we'll have amiibo Samus here at the ready. This should work, right? It's a Metroid related amiibo. Which, by the way, these are like really nice quality, and I would definitely have gotten more amiibo over the years if they hadn't been so expensive. But it definitely pisses me off that this one is like, it's hard to tell, but it's like, it's leaning very clearly. So this is the Smash 4 Samus amiibo. I haven't looked, it's like all dusty and shit. I haven't looked at it up close in a long time. They're nice. They're nice. Yeah, I have a Wii Fit trainer, Samus, and one of the Inklings. So let's see. Ugh, there's literally no... There's no options for voices. Fuck is that shit? How do I turn off that shit? I legitimately just want to turn off the voices. But I guess we're stuck with it. Let me catch up. Such a good voice. It definitely is not. What's up, Sampler Info? You haven't missed much. We are literally in the third room of the game here. Yeah, I got that base hole. I didn't have much to say about it though. You can examine Samus's suit parts. Third, okay. Samus's default protective suit. Yeah, she's got like an interesting posture. I like the way she looks. I guess this makes sense. It's kind of a typical modern game. Show a little animated GIF to explain how stuff works. Yeah, I guess I should expect you're playing this too. What door animations? Yeah, I mean, watch as much as you want. I'm not gonna fault you for not sticking around. I've been avoiding everything to do with this game myself, so that's how it goes. Whenever you play a new game, I'm always like, I wonder what impact it'll have on my viewership playing like an actual modern game that people care about. And then I have to remember that, like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people who specifically do not want to watch until they've had time to play it. No, with missile locks. Well, we saw the missile blocks. They were like bright red at least, but we'll see. Melee counter, right? Okay. So this is kind of a weird tutorial because I mean I guess we see the shining thing, but the camera perspective is not really giving us a very representative view of what countering attacks is gonna look like. So those purple dots are health, I'm assuming. Uppercut, okay. Oh, is this the missile lock? I'm guessing no. Charge or something. Well, it's orange, right? The other, yeah, that's like a yellow beam. Well, I guess we get to do a real practice here. Okay. I was like, does it not glow? No, it's just like 50 years. Yeah, that did deal like 50 health though. That's cool. It's like fusion. Enemies are lethal. Can I like aggro him? Nope, I guess not. Okay, so that gives... Okay, yeah, there's pretty heavy incentive to do it that way. Yeah, obviously this was a system in the last game, and I know it was kind of controversial there too. But hey, powerful dash melee. Oh, okay. You do a fucking running Shoryuken. Okay. Feels a little different, but that's fine. I don't mind different. If anything, that's what I'm looking for. I want this to have its own... to feel different from the other games. An area on the map is blinking. A hidden item. Okay, so that's like circles and dots. I see. I see. Third circle. What? that a missile upgrade? Yep, okay. Look very different. Whoa. Alright. I was like, let's slide through the door, that's cool. I got a little more than I bargained for, but... I kind of hope... I think I said the same thing for whether it was AM2R or Fusion, whatever it was. Was like, I hope these little interstitials aren't this frequent. And they weren't. It's a bit much to get interrupted like this every time you enter a new room. Of course, given the 3D nature of everything, like, it's cool to get to see Samus more up close and everything. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So that's the idea I have, but I guess I have to stun it first. Music's kind of all over the place. Assuming that's what I should have done. Alright, well, there's a door between us now, at least. Dude, this... shoes are sick. Fucking power suit high tops. Did I just get super missiles? Or ice missiles or something? Energy from the central unit transform the arm cannon into an Omega cannon. Well, I mean, we're getting upgrades pretty quickly, at least. Omega Blaster. Well, okay. It's not... okay, it's not... I guess it wasn't an upgrade? It's like, do we unlock our ultimate or something? Mr. Fui, like, I'd appreciate it if you... I'm not, like... I'd appreciate if you cool it a little bit with explaining stuff. I'm happy for the game to explain it, and if it doesn't explain it thoroughly, I'll figure it out. It's cool, you're good. I'm just, like... It might be a matter of time before you over-explain something that I would have been upset to learn. So it's just... heads up. You're good, though. Like, no problem. Why do we... Okay. I guess this is a special thing for this. We get to do this super fancy camera. Okay. Hold R to charge. Okay, so this is kind of like the... Okay, why would I want to... Okay, well, I mean, I guess I have to go back that way, but... Wait, okay, so that means okay, so now I can't shoot missiles when I use the aim mode because it does that thing. Because if I do this, I can't shoot until it's loaded. That's strange. But this isn't like what this is gonna be from here on out, is it? Okay, cool. Oh yeah, right. Press X. Okay, that was abrupt. Okay, continue. The thing is, like, yeah, the timing is difficult to gauge. Yeah, no shit, because I don't know what the fucking visual cue is. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, I can't even shoot normally. Not only can I not shoot missiles, I have to actually charge. So I guess we get just enough of this to use it here, and now we're... Yeah, okay. We ran out of DLC juice. It was just a... It's just a consumable. Okay, I get it. I get it. Gotta go for the $99 best value to keep our Omega Blaster. Now we're back to proper aiming. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I like the animation a lot. I like stuff like this. You see a little slope, the way you, like the slide kind of transitions, the slope slide, the way she leans forward when she starts running. I like, yeah, the animation is cool. I'm digging it. So I could have gone here first, but oh, I guess this just loops back around. Oh, that's the wrong button. How do I guess I can't really get through this gap. Well, I mean, that's probably intentional. It's just interesting. Well, okay, I was gonna say in the other games I would have been able to just jump and I would go through there, but that's not true because I would go through as a morph ball, and I don't have the morph ball ability. As far as I can tell, anyway. Yeah, I was struggling a lot with the Stranger of Paradise demo, pressing the wrong buttons for everything all the time. Might have a similar thing going on here. I love the way she just like poses towards the camera and then she takes 2 steps into the save thing and then she does the same thing. She looks good in this pose though. Yeah, Samus just looks great in this game. I like it. Okay, so I still don't know what this is, but that's fine. Water. That's kind of cool. Judging like how you grab onto these ledges is also takes a little getting used to, but so far it hasn't been confusing or ambiguous. But I bet there's going to be some jumps, maybe for some like secret kind of stuff that are a little less obvious that you can make. Interesting. We already have an item completion thing. Central unit. Yellow's network station. Okay. Save station. Interesting. Okay. It's funny how just like with a little bit of increased sort of fidelity, they managed to make the map not necessarily harder to read, but I feel like some of the map, like the iconography, like in Super Metroid and some of the other games, like it's just an M for map, and that's very simple. Here you gotta not only you gotta learn what the yellow aiming reticle means and what this I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's a filing cabinet, but also you have to see that that's even what you're looking at because it's like an icon on top of a yellow room and it's flashing. I'm not saying I'm having any issues with readability. In fact, I've heard people say the map in this game is really, really good. Because they kind of, yeah, they do a good job of adding information to the map that you might want. But just in terms of, like, strict, instant kind of readability of certain icons and stuff, it's just kind of funny how... Oops. How it can be affected by just being kind of a higher fidelity. You can zoom the map. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. I don't know why this room has film grain, but I guess we'll find out. Or not. Oh, there's a missile upgrade up there. Not a huge fan of the look of the upgrade. Okay, well, okay. The weird, like they almost look, they look a little too abstract for me. Reminds me a little bit of like Quake 3 weapon. I can pick up stuff. See, from a purely visual perspective, these are neat. Sequences look cool. But when I'm kind of asked to... See, can I jump? No. Take in, like, actual information. Well, that's probably a bad idea. I have no idea what it is I'm supposed to react to. When I, like, to do the ME counter, like, when I got the melee counter tutorial, it was pretty clear that it's a big yellow flash. Of course, because it's a... Ooh, never mind. Holy shit, I can skip it. Future technology. Skippable cutscenes. Holy shit. Game is pretty good already. I can go here, but then I have to go down. Okay, well, I shouldn't be able to get through there at least, right? Oh, okay. Was I always able to run through that? Or was I able to run through because it opened it for me somehow? So, like... Yeah, the thing is, like, the Emmy is, like, the eye or the core is, like, a big red shining thing. And then, when the red shining thing is shining red, that's when you counter, basically. Like, I understand something is happening. It's like flashing and animating, but it's... I didn't find the tutorial very clear in explaining it. So I don't understand what it is I'm looking for. Because I don't think there was anything... If there is something that looks exactly like the regular melee flash, I have not yet learned to discern what that looks like and how it happens. I reckon I'll figure it out, but so far it's been strangely ambiguous. No, I understand you're not meant to do it consistently, but I'm not even understanding what I'm asked to do or what I'm asked to react to.
You encountered were clearly trying to capture you.
It's one thing that the timing is meant to be deliberately inconsistent, but I don't know the timing of what. Reasonable to assume. I mean, I think they're gonna be quite. It's gonna be quite clear whether they're hostile or not.
Calls can detect vibrations in the air within a certain range. Essentially, they can hear you. Upon detecting vibrations, an enemy enters surveillance mode to track.
Avoid them. Okay, good advice.
In pursuit, part of the pursuit protocol is to seal the enemy zone exits. You will be trapped to survive. You must leave its range of pursuit. Enemy never
just leave. Okay.
Assigned zone. I estimate
it's so wordy.
Small opportunity to escape.
Yeah, it's funny that the way they managed to make this part worse than Fusion is to have not just voice acting, but like the worst imaginable voice acting that you also cannot disable. What a fucking monkey's paw situation, right? We got skippable cutscenes, but at what cost? We cannot disable the voices.
Your highest priority.
So I wonder if I mean, I assume it would not really help, but I am curious if, because again, there's 0 options. There was no kind of option screen of any kind before the game started. But I'm curious if the game has other languages, and if so, I guess, and I hate games that do this, but I guess it would be based on system language. Like, I hate it so much. It's okay if a game sets its default options based on your system language or system level preferences, but to not let you change it without changing your system language, it's just like it's literally giving the player the option, just deliberately obfuscating and making it more tedious and confusing and annoying. I hate it so much. But yeah, I'd be curious if I could play with like Japanese voices or French voices, German voices. I don't give a shit. If Adam's voice is less unsettling, yeah, maybe that would be worth it. But that's the thing. I guess we don't have independent text language options anyway, so the entire game would be in whatever language. Oh, that sucks. Not that the text. I mean, I think if I could play it in Japanese, I could probably gather the information I need. But the thing is, because it's in English and they highlight the important words in yellow, I can skim his dialogue really quickly and then button through it so I don't have to listen to it. What a dumb conundrum to have, though. Oh. How do I do that? I like jumped over. Okay, I guess you can. Once you're hanging. No? If you press the jump button, you start jumping up. You can press left or left up. I definitely like canceled the climbing animation with a jump. But I don't know how I did it. I did it like twice. Oh well. Looks good, but the flashback remake gonna be better. Is there another flash? I feel like I can't keep track. So, did these hurt me? I guess I should learn that. They do not. Okay. Oh yeah, slide. It's interesting. The slide gives you an ability to get through before you have the morph ball. I mean, I guess I'm assuming that we will get the morph ball at some point. Away from the wall without the jump. You mean from a... I know what you mean. I mean, I can move away from the wall, but if I do a wall jump, you kind of get pushed away from it. Well, Basil, as far as like the Samus's physical, oh, I wonder if we're gonna get like fucking what are they called? Cleats to like walk up slope surfaces. That would be a nice upgrade. I mean, slopes is kind of not like that we haven't seen slopes in Metroid games, but like as a navigational obstacle is kind of a new thing. Like, obviously, Samus has been depicted outside of her power suit more liberally in more of the later games. But in, there's like different artworks depicting what she might look like. And there's this like fairly well-known Nintendo Power poster from Super Metroid. I guess you cannot wall jump up. Yeah, that makes sense. Where it describes her as like 7 feet tall, like ultra buff, which is kind of cool. What is this? Is it a recharge? Yeah. But I don't think that's... I don't think many people at Nintendo in Japan subscribe to that notion. Probably not. Okay. You can't really... I don't know. I have to, like, look at the map. Z... That's these buttons? Yeah, okay. What is this? A missile, this? Could I have gone further here, maybe? No, but I mean, I've seen definitely a lot of people also kind of draw sketches and kind of figure out, like, how does her body actually fit within the suit and stuff, too. Like, that's also a little bit... Like, clearly... Like, in some of the depictions, she has... Like, I would say she has kind of more... Oh, I did not realize that thing would be coming here. Well, it's not here anymore. I guess that's what the film grain is. Film grain means Emmy area. Ah. Right, it's Metroid. We can break blocks. probably if I go through the hologram door here. Or maybe safe again? Yeah, okay. It's kind of interesting, but it's cool. We don't really see... The map doesn't really tell us how, like, large the Emmy zone is, I guess. But it's cool, because I was, yeah, that's one of the things, like, right? The only thing I knew about the game, basically, was this concept of these robots chasing Samus. But I had no real idea of how that concept would be implemented in the game. I figured there would almost certainly be certain, like, scripted events, which we've already seen. But the bigger question is, like, will there be kind of a global thing where you can be chased kind of anywhere? And that does not seem to be the case, but it's a little bit of a middle ground, I guess, where in this particular area, which stretched larger than I expected over multiple kind of rooms, even though the size of a room, of course, is quite arbitrary. But yeah, okay, whenever there's film grain, that means you're at risk of being chased. But yeah, I got a little sidetracked there. What I was going to say is, as far as how Samus fits in her suit, in this particular version, she has fairly normal human-looking proportions, but certain in a lot of other artwork, that's not quite the case. And it's like, kind of, how does her actual arms and shoulders... Well, I probably want whatever that is. Like, fit within... Aha, okay. The arms of the suit, etc. Ah, oh, fuck, I can't get up there, of course. Okay. That's already very, very different from Fusion, right? Where in Fusion, there's very few items that are visible and kind of hinted at for you to, like... There's not a lot of that teasing you with an item that you can't collect and you have to come back later. Or, like, stuff that's just... I was gonna say just out of sight, but rather just out of reach. It's an E-tank, okay. Oh, I didn't quite mean to do that, but... Okay, we're going down here. It's fine. Are they expecting you to make I mean, I guess you can, right? Place a marker. Whoops, that's not the A button. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I'm like in full just wandering around, see what I can find mode, so I wouldn't really have anything to mark. But it's interesting because clearly the game is already kind of being quite generous at what it's marking for you. Not just that there are upgrades, but what upgrades. So do this thing hurt? Yeah, they sure do. But, you know, maybe that implies either that there's going to be more complex puzzly kind of bits, or just... Oh yeah, I can't climb up there. I like this water mechanic. That's cool. Yeah, so it's yeah, it lists, it shows the stuff like this, and even the ones you've collected are still on the map. And you have areas like this. The flashing means that there is something in this area. So if you actually find it, I mean, you had that in Zero Mission and Fusion as well. Like, there were dots for items. I think even Super Metroid has a dot if there's a thing on that block, but I don't think it differentiates between something you've already collected. Fusion and Zero Mission changes the dot to a circle. But here, like, if you actually located the item itself, yeah, it's made explicit. But you also have the collection percentage, which both Fusion and Zero Mission only gives you after you beat the game. So that's a change I find kind of interesting. It's not surprising. It feels like a more kind of modern concession, but I feel like I would kind of prefer not to have it, if only to be surprised after I beat the game to see what my completion percentage is. Is this a map room? I guess so. I'm gonna take a look at the map. Purple transportation devices. Oh, fast travel, I guess. Pretty. This is like one region too. The map seems. Wait, what? Oh, remaining Emmy. Okay, we got a little Metroid 2 vibe, right? Little fucking hit list. We got the ship up top. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. No, I'm. There we go. It's interesting because like the downloaded map is like pretty vague. The kind of relationship between explored and unexplored and like semi-filled in, because like in Fusion, for example, I mean, mechanically it works the same in Super Metroid. You download the map, you get the map, but there is stuff outside of it. In Fusion, I think it was a little it used that system more interestingly, because every region, the first thing you do when you go to a sector of the station is you get the map. But every single thing, like as soon as you want to go somewhere or find anything, like almost immediately you're gonna have to go outside the part of the map that you get. But here's a little different, because the map you get from the map station is like incredibly vague, which of course is something that you could not do without this kind of degree of fidelity. So it's an interesting use of the increase in fidelity, which I appreciate. Oh. Transportation devices. Yeah, feels new. I like it. I do appreciate that you don't have to actually aim to hit the counter shot. This, we're back to the other side here. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, well, that works. Well, this might lead us back to this missile tank. This is like a weirdly long wind-up. It's funny, if not, like, detrimental to, I'm sure, some people's mental health, that this game is so granular in showing you which part of the room you have, like, physically explored. Yep, there's our missile. Nice. You know, I guess that once we get an actual upgrade, we're gonna get a much fancier fanfare. But I just realized that, like, there's just nothing when you get a missile upgrade. Just complete silence. There we go. Every game after Prime. Yeah. Yeah, it was probably similar in Fusion. Yeah, I think in Fusion you might not even... Or maybe I'm probably thinking of AM2R, where there's, like, even less... It's not even a text pickup, I think. Or a text pop-up. I mean, obviously, it's not strictly a bad thing or anything. I mean, you don't want the Zelda thing where... Every time you pick up a fucking coin, it's like, hey, this is a coin. Did you know a coin is a coin? And you can use a coin to buy things for coins? Well, now you know. I'm like, yes, I fucking know. So, that was just just an observation. I guess it's the lack of sound that made it feel pretty dry. You don't need a big fanfare, but you could have a tiny one. Agree, like not knowing the collection percentage. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, having been presented with the way they did it in Fusion, I thought it was an interesting approach. Oh, that was just brilliant. Where fucking run, I guess. Well, that's not gonna work. What's this? Oh. Ah, there we go. Like, this is kind of stressful, so I'm like completely stopping any interactive device. Interesting. Any line of thought gets immediately derailed when I have to like focus on escaping, which is good. Like, that's the effect those kinds of things should have, I feel like. Collected a small key. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Fusion and Zero Mission had an interesting compromise that I thought worked well, where the game is leaving it a mystery, kind of what you're... Oh, charge. With what your collection is at, so that when you beat the game, you don't really know whether you're at 50 or 70 or whatever. And then after you beat the game, you get to see, oh shit, that's where I was at. And in the case of Fusion, you don't really get to, I mean, well, assuming you saved, assuming you didn't go through the last like 45 minutes of the game without saving, you can't really go back to the game, but you can start a new game and then have the collection percentage. Not even just collection percentage, but like the checklist, which, you know, I think that encourages repeated play, which I would think is... Okay, well, yeah. That one was a missile thing. Which I think makes sense. Like, these games should encourage repeated playthrough, and I think that's a totally fair way of doing it, because withholding that information, I think, is pretty much like in spirit with the game. Or in keeping with the game spirit, I guess. Charge beam? Okay. The jingle started off sounding like it was some kind of jazzy saxophone or something, which kind of caught me off guard, but it's fine. Charge beam doors, right? Okay, so I assume those are the orange ones. Okay, not a super long charge, thankfully. I wonder if the jump spin thing actually like works in this game. I guess we can go item sphere. That looks like a cold room. It's blue on the map. Yep. Oh, research. Got that confirmed. Doesn't say, but it's blue. We can infer that. I mean, we already did, so. Is this where we started? I think it is, yeah. Well, we have the charge beam, so yeah, can unlock a bunch of new doors, I guess. Just go to the bottom right. Assume. Yep. I know, it's a little bit early there, but it still worked. You got active frames on the uppercut. So I guess, I'm curious how some of the like secret stuff might work, because I wonder if There was some area, yeah, the flashing area here. I wonder if the flashing represents an item specifically. Because obviously a lot of the kind of exploration you do in hidden stuff you find in Metroid games tends to be breaking blocks to lead to new areas. So I wonder if you would have a... I didn't mean to jump over it. If there's a breakable block or a wall that leads you into a new room, would that be flashing on the map? I feel like probably not, right? But just looking at the way this looks and the size of the rooms, like the idea of just hunting like blindly for just hidden blocks seems like it would be a little crazy. But, you know, AM2R had gigantic rooms also, and I didn't feel too stressed out about that in that game. And I think hopefully hidden blocks are going to be somewhat at least telegraphed or kind of hinted at. Oops. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't make sense if they signaled every hidden thing like that. I feel like it would be kind of weird. I will say, their ability to shoot fire rapidly feels really good. There's no weird artificial limitation to rate of fire or anything. I like that. Well, I guess we'll keep going and... Is this just open? Oh, this is where we got the thing. Okay. So... What does the color mean? Does gray mean... Well, we could probably go... Oh, I'm not sure about this miss. Oh, no, I got this already. Because this is blue, right? And so is this. Where was the... Oh, there we go. The bright blue here is cold. By the way, if you don't, if you know, don't tell me. But I'm just speculating here. I wonder if it has to do with. Actually, you can even see here on the map. No, never mind. I was gonna say you have these blue blocks that we got from the map download, but this is overlapping that area, and it's still gray. Is gray Emmy areas? Because I was thinking, yeah, actually, that seems like it would make sense. Now that you mention it. Yeah, it's a pretty impressively large area, but I guess that's... let's take a look. So, Emmy, yeah, it says 6 out of 7 on the global one, but I guess maybe they travel. So I feel like there's been more than one in that big area here. But I could be wrong. Yeah, like the whole thing about how you escape them, I guess primarily, but also indeed how you can lure them around and what, if anything, that can help you. Like, surely it's going to be a thing. I don't know exactly to what degree or by what means, but that you move them around in some way so that you can get past them in a way you couldn't originally. This is like pulsating, extremely heavy vignette. I mean, it's like I can see, like it's visible, which is good, but it's a little... Well, it's unsettling, which I guess is intentional. So clearly this is a door, right? But it's shuttered. So I take it if the Emmy is eliminated, maybe those doors will then unlock. Um, access closed. There's actually not that many charge beam doors. Yeah, the missile to reveal blocks, that was like always in the other games too. I feel like I'm like super running in circles here. I don't have a clear idea of. Well, that's fine. I guess we'll take this path around here. Trying to see if there's... Here's somewhere I guess we didn't go, or haven't gone at least. This I think was locked. Yeah, I think we saw, this has been like uncovered, this part, because we saw it underneath the floor when we went through here. Yeah, like I mean, one like as long as it's in that the yellow, like search mode, I guess. It's not that super fast. Like you can tell, like in that instance, like if it's gonna go left or right, and you can just take the other way. Like in that particular case, it worked out. And at least if you, as mentioned, if you get caught by Emmy, you don't like. There's always like a checkpoint, I guess. You don't have to like reload your save. See, I already don't remember what this room looked like here. I feel like if I had been able to, I mean, I guess this shows exactly where the platforms are. So yeah, this would have been too high for me to get up here. And I probably would not have been able to get up here either. So I don't think I'd be gaining anything from going back the same way. I don't think that would help me. And I'm fairly certain I could not get up here either, so I guess we'll just go around the same way. So again, like, because, well, if there was a block here where there's like a missile or something, then that would be flashing on the map. But if there was an actual something else. Alright, that's this one. Like, that's the thing, like, there's so many of those things where just like the kind of grammar or like the rules that the game operate by are still a little unknown to us. And until you have found a couple of hidden things, you're not gonna like that's the point where you learn how those things are going to be working, basically. So while we're still super early, without a sense of some of that stuff, like, it's just gonna be hard to know. Not a complaint, of course, just an observation. Oh, okay, of course. Blow the thing up underneath. Clearly, these blue things are going to be for some kind of upgrade. Hey, I guess we need a power bomb. Oh, this looks cool, though. Alright. I like that those things are still easy to kill, but I guess it's up to you to... Okay, so that's a lava room. That's so cool. You have a little indication. Yeah. I like it. I like it. From a purely aesthetic point of view, I like the look of this quite a bit. I don't know, I was really weirded out when the game was first revealed at E3. I feel like there was a pretty strong reaction to the game that, like, that it looks unimpressive, or that it's bad looking, or ugly or whatever. First of all, I guess I didn't feel like we saw enough of it to really judge it. But beyond that, it's also like... I don't know exactly what people are looking for. I think this looks quite pretty. Samus looks cool. Right, like, at least those particular enemies seem quite weak. So it's not like I need the parry to deal with them, but I can choose to do it to get more, like, upgrade materials or whatever. Not upgrades, but like refills. Okay, what is this? Thermal fuel's flow has been redirected. That's interesting. Yeah, we already had that button switch to pour the water and stuff. Like, interestingly, there seem to be more like interactions of those kinds. Like, even if they're kind of context specific and such, but and maybe not each of them as like major of a set piece as some of them might be in some of the other games, but it's still cool. Like, it means that there's going to be stuff that isn't like completely everything is like following the same kind of basic template or whatever. There's going to be some mechanics that are kind of specific to different regions and stuff, which is nice. Is this playing on a Switch plugged into a capture device? Yes, that is exactly the case. Alright, did we... So we redirected the heat flow to open up like that one door. But has that changed anything else? Is the question. Did it like change the flow? It takes all of 2 minutes to go through here. Well, okay, this door's open now. Did it... I guess it was probably closed before because we had to go the vertical route. Yeah. I guess we follow this. We're gonna have to go back here later. And in fact, we can actually see that this is red because I wasn't sure if this door was open before or not. I think it was. We opened this one and we went through to just see what the lava room was like. And then this was also a lava room door or a heat room. So I just didn't go through it, I guess. Clearly, I don't think we need to be concerned with what we can find on the other side of this door because we can already tell it's a hot room. And also, we're inevitably coming back here later anyway, so... I guess we just follow the trail and see... Oh, it's going to open up the other door. Okay, maybe not. I was going to say the one on the bottom left in this room. I guess that's not the case. Maybe this lava funnel thing travels through to the other side of the save room.
Uploading data.
There was no record of your assailant in the Federation database. However, there are...
I thought this was like a save room. Okay.
Tribe's architecture and artifacts on this planet. I conclude that this was one of their settlement. The situation
there's too much story.
Unclear. You have activated
Turn to the ship.
Supply system that has restored power
Magma
to the
supply.
thermal doors.
Thermal
Continue
doors.
to search for the unique energy. Unfortunately, there are 6
Omega beam, 6 remaining. You have no way to confront them. Remember that. Like, yes, it's like the premise of the game. I did not forget. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so now this actually open. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, see, that's funny, right? Because I know another kind of common complaint with both Fusion and Zero Mission. People say like, oh, the game tells you where to go. Oh, it marks on the map where you're supposed to go. That goes against everything Metroid stands for, and I don't think that's true. I think in some ways it can be a little less elegant than the guiding hand that sort of directs your exploration or your, not even exploration, but your progress in Super Metroid, for example. But I think it just helps cut out a lot of needless ambiguity. And the thing is, like, they can tell you where you're supposed to go, without giving you all the information of how to get there, or like, doesn't mean that there can't be other stuff. Especially here, where like interacting with the station evidently was necessary to open up this for the like. Well, I guess we've been here, so I don't know if it's actually progression, but presumably we're supposed to follow this and get more stuff or whatever. Like, so if you're literally locked until you use the station, it would be nice if the game. I don't feel like I had any like the only reason I stood on that plate was because I thought this was a save room. Like, if this had been clearly marked as a navigation room, I mean, it is called Network Station, but like in Fusion, the way the map look and it's presented, I would not have confused a navigation room for a save room. And if this had been a navigation room, okay, granted, in Fusion you always go to the navigation room. That's like always your direction, like objective. But the point is, like, I could have missed this because I wouldn't have thought that I was supposed to go to the navigation room or network station, same thing. That's a little bit weird. Like, the thing is, I think the way, I mean, absolutely having constant, like, okay, no, we did not go through here. Actually, we were just above, I guess. That's interesting. You can have rooms like this where the map will give you the impression that you've been through here, but you actually haven't, because you've just been on the same screen, but on the upper half. It's kind of neat. Okay. I don't know why it has to wait for me to get heated up. Oh, okay, those are... That's an interesting mechanic. Those things. Making noises. Wait, hang on. Did I just fucking deploy that thing? There's like not a lot of time to figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, so you can see it on the map. Well, that's progress, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, it's gonna be like extremely satisfying once you eliminate the Emmys, so you can actually kind of explore freely. Oh shit, they're shooting donuts at me already here. Assuming I'm hitting? Not super clear. Or hitting, obviously, but I'm assuming I'm dealing damage. But yeah, like overall movement and like mobility and controls like feels good. I don't feel, compared to something like Super Metroid, despite the analog input here, I feel like I'm in control, which is good. Oh, obviously. Oh shit. And we got a nice, like, comfortable zoom level, movement speeds and everything. Good. Okay, eyeball juice. Alright, okay. Yep, we got the DLC. Central unit, okay. Yeah, I can see the purpose of the charge beam in this, like, it makes sense in the context of the chase stuff. Like, there's a purpose to it taking time beyond just being, like, an annoyance. Omega Blaster Online. Omega Stream. I mean, I can't get out of here, right? So... Or do I Omega beam the door open, I guess? Wait. Omega Stream, okay. So now I gotta find like a good position. I can't like fight the Emmy up here. Oh, okay. Wait, fuck, I gotta like do this first, maybe? I don't know. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So I guess the hand... Wait. Am I supposed to react to the hand flashing or the eye flashing? I don't know. Both of them flash. Maybe you can react to either of them? I don't know. Yeah, I got confused, because, like, yeah, that's what it looked like. But I had... It's fine, you know. You don't have to redo much. It's fine to... Nice. Seems crazy if we've done 2 out of 7 already. Like, based on the power-up progression, I feel like the game hasn't, like, started. We don't have a fucking Morph Ball. In fact, we haven't really gotten any proper upgrades. We got the Charge Beam. That's it. Spider Magnet. Okay. So, I guess we get upgrades from killing these things? We didn't before, though, right? Anyway, I like this. This looks more fun than the spider ball. Of course, the cannon depleted, but now we don't have to deal with film grain. So green, I guess, means Emmy taken care of. Maybe they'll send more. Guess we cannot rule out that possibility. So now we can climb the blue things. Now, oh, there's like almost an overwhelming amount of exploration we can do now, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Metroid can't even fucking crawl yet. We're like, what, 2 hours in almost? Well, not quite. I've been streaming for a bit over 2 hours, but Metroid still cannot crawl. Crazy. I guess that's why they call it Metroid Dread. I don't know. But seeing as we are about 2 hours into this stream and we just got a little thing here, seems like a good opportunity to take a short break. I will go to the bathroom and stretch my legs, maybe get a snack, maybe refill my drink. We'll see. I'll be gone for just a couple of minutes. So far I'm enjoying this game. I'm looking forward to experiencing more of it to form a more proper opinion. We're still early days here for sure. But yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. See you guys shortly. All right. I've returned. Yeah, I would kindly ask if chat can limit discussion about this game.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Speaking of which, Gickman, thank you very much.
Well done.
For your continued support. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I've been in... I mean, I guess I still am in hiding mode because... I mean, I'm playing it, but I'm trying to limit my... how much I can see and learn about this game. Thank you very much again, Gickman. See you around if you're dipping out. I'm happy for you guys to discuss things, but like make sure like be considerate and not talk about stuff that might come as a surprise when we bump into it. Is it good so far? It's not bad, except the computer voice, which sucks balls, and it frustrates me to no end that I cannot turn it off. Like, Samus feels good to control. I haven't really gotten far enough into it to have any kind of sense of, like, pacing, and... So do you just stick? Yeah. Or what kind of the exploration feels like, or what it feels like to kind of move around the world of the game. There's just like a lot of things that I cannot reasonably have much of a feel for until well, later, I guess. Interestingly, this thing opening up has nothing to do, well, I shouldn't say nothing to do, but defeating Emmy here did not open those doors up, so that's related to something else. But, you know, one of my concerns... Oh, is that gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna pull it down. Interesting. One of the concerns I had was that the analog controls... I don't even understand those things. Oh, there we go. Would feel really weird and bad because I don't usually like analog controls in like 2D games. But I can't say I've had much problem with it. I think the map is can be a little tough to kind of take in because there's a lot of information being presented, but I also haven't had to kind of consult the map all that much, so... Right, I don't have more fall. Can I get up on the other side, though? Nope, I can't get through here. Okay. Once I have to kind of start getting more of an oversight and try to find things... Like, I don't know, it's so granular. Almost to a fault. Dropping frames. My stream is not dropping frames for once. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I don't know. The last thing I played on stream was that Stranger of Paradise demo, which ran terribly. Okay, well, we can break that. That makes sense. And had super stuttery, weird frame rates. So compared to that, this thing is running silky smooth as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure it's not perfect, but it's at least not locked at 30, and I haven't felt like I'm having much trouble with the frame rate. I like these things for kind of creating these... See, I did that. It's so weird, that ledge hop. I wonder if that's weird speed tech that you have to learn to figure out to do well. Yep, can't go back here, so maybe we're finally getting... Well, probably not. Whoa! Is that thing gonna extend? It's like... There we go. Okay. Oh, that's kind of an interesting little twist on the eyeball thing. Item cube. Wait, so we got the item sphere from this Chozo statue. What's an item cube? I guess we're about to find out. It's kind of creature design, like, does nothing for me. I think for sure, like, certainly there's been cooler and more memorable looking bosses in games like this. Or in other Metroid games specifically. I will say it's not super easy to kind of keep track of health. It's like really far over in the corner and doesn't draw much attention to itself. It's so weird, like you see this sort of cutscene angle and you drop the frame rate and then all of a sudden like power-ups still pop out of it. Okay. Oh, okay. And it's a little bit like the X in Fusion, where you have like the second phase. Well, I don't think we're done. The game definitely feels, in its structure and how it presents information and stuff, there's certain similarities to Fusion for sure. Can I hit that thing? No, just... Oh, that's the wrong button. Okay. Whoops. I'm still... For some reason, this dude is not, like, hurting me all that much. Like, with how many times I've gotten hit and how I'm doing on health, I feel like this dude's attack is, like, hurting me less than bumping into a bat for some reason. Oh. Oh, I can shoot. Okay, that's pretty cool. He'd, like, have control over... It's interesting. This actually kind of is reminding me a little bit of some of the boss stuff in the Lords of Shadow game, but done a lot better. Okay, yeah, of course, makes sense. Like, look at my health. Like, I mean, I guess I'm getting health. Yeah, there's the D-pad, or analog stick controls there. I tried to crouch, and I accidentally turned the other way. Boss dead? Or is it just another cutscene? Well, both, I guess. Like, yeah, I don't know. The, not every Metroid boss fight in its design is, like, the coolest thing. Like the, what was it called? The Nightmare in Fusion looks goofy as shit. But I have a feeling we're going to be fighting more of those kind of monsters and stuff, and it's just going to be the same kind of... I don't know, there's just something about this... I don't know, like, when you're doing stuff in 2D and pixel art, there's kind of a different vibe to it, and something about this style of presentation, and it's not even just because it's, like, in a 2D perspective, but I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I think of so many of these hack and slash games and action games and, you know, God of War clones or whatever it might be, where so many of these games where you fight different kinds of zombies and monsters, and it all just feels super samey in some way. Even if it's like you were to look at concept art and paintings and drawings of these designs, and they would all look different, but so many of it just kind of blends together and it's not very distinctive. And I don't know. Granted, like, monsters and creatures aren't really my kind of the thing I'm the most into. I don't have the strongest opinions, nor do I have the clearest idea what I do like versus what I don't, but I still have a feeling based on this, like, you know what? I bet this is not the last monster we're going to fight in this game, that by the time we're done with the game, I could not remember or describe them at all. Mother Brain ain't cool. I mean, yeah, the final boss, Mother Brain in Super Metroid, looks goofy as hell. I don't think it's a very cool looking thing. But the first, like, Mother Brain in the jar with the brain with the eyeball, like, that's a cool design. It looks cool in the game. I mean, hey, the core thing that had that look, the brain, eyeball, brain thing, that looked way cooler than this. Upgrading suit for Aeon. Okay, we're getting a lot more of stuff here. Remember the fights more than the monster designs. I mean, I do think that's true for, like, I couldn't draw any of the Super Metroid bosses, really. But the fights are memorable enough. And that could still be true here. Okay, so this is just like a separate category. Okay. Eon ability that renders Samus invisible to enemies by refracting light. Moves silently, albeit at a slower speed. Okay, yeah, clearly this is an anti-ME tech. With full Eon. Okay, click the stick to activate. Okay, so Eon is super meter, and we can use that for different things, I guess, eventually. Oh, interesting. Once Eon has been depleted, the Phantom Cloak will consume energy instead. Down to 1 energy. Okay, it's kind of an interesting resource management mechanic to this. It remains to be seen whether using this to circumvent, like, the... or whatever word you'd use to... Oh, okay, so this is how you get past sensor doors. I see. I see. Oh, yeah, these are the... No, maybe not. I was gonna say, these are the 2 doors we passed through before. I guess it isn't, but... Maybe it is? Or doors like that somewhere. Well, oh yeah, this is the heat room. We don't want to go there. Oh, there's a sensor lock door. Okay. Maybe that's the door I was thinking of, but I'm sure we've passed similar ones before. We could get there, I guess. Sensor lock. Okay, there's one here too. Well, I guess we just go up here then. Just down back to where we came from. Okay, well, there's something here. But we couldn't go through here for some... Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember what room this is. We can't get past here because it's... Yep. Okay. Until we get Morph Ball or something like it. Well, let's go up. Burns through meter pretty quickly, but I guess you get it back, like... Okay, you get it back, like, super quickly. Oh, hang on. That's nice. They already showed off the 4-legged guy, question mark. If you're referring to the Emmy, which are the robots that chase you... Well, they don't exactly chase you, but... they're kind of the nemesis thing, then yes, they're like one of the first... Literally, actually, the first thing you encounter. If you're talking about something else, then I have no idea what you're talking about. Just do that. That's easier. I guess I'm dying. So, oh yeah, we can't go through there either. But what about this direction? Oh, we should go down right here. Yeah, see, like, I'm not, like, super thrilled with, like, I feel like in so many of the other games, you can literally just glance over at the corner of the screen, like in your peripheral vision, to see, to get a read on your health situation. It's impossible. There's no way. I can see the yellow meter in my peripheral vision, but not the health, like, at all. I guess, you know, once we're dealing with multiple E-tanks, it's going to be easier to see whether I have bright pink, like, pips there or not. So maybe it'll be less of an issue. But as of now, like, it feels a little worrisome that I never feel like I have a grasp on what how I'm doing health-wise. Especially since I did not feel that way playing other games necessarily. Oh, didn't quite need to do that, but that's fine. Day room's not for storing resources, yeah. Aha, okay. Makes sense. For some reason, when it said purple means transportation, I was thinking fast travel, but I guess it's just a good old Metroid elevator. I mean, that makes more sense. There's like one of the games we played where you do get recharged when you save. Most of them don't, I forget. But usually, like, doesn't really matter. But in Fusion, it super matters because you get so few health drops and everything hits you like a truck. Well, I guess we're going to another area. Man, the map feels really huge, though. Yeah, but the Castlevania games aren't Metroid. Oh, I don't know if that's an elevator, I guess. The weird, like, pressure plate buttons. Oh, okay, it's... Oh, okay. It is kind of an elevator, but not exactly a typical Metroid elevator. Oh, this looks cool. It's kind of like the Fusion cutscenes. I like this. It's loading, but it's something nice to look at. Like, I feel like most games of this type don't treat, like, health as a resource you have to manage in nearly the same way or to the same extent as, like, Metroid Fusion. So interesting. So far, the elevator room itself, maybe they all look kind of similar, I don't know, but it doesn't feel like we've come to a new area exactly. I like the kind of simplified distinction that the game made, at least like in terms of instructing us that mechanical stuff, as a general rule, will like withstand shots, but charge shots, like it makes it less ambiguous. Like it kind of codifies a system, which I like. Like, it's obviously fine to have hidden information and things for the player to figure out and all that, but I like when things are codified in a sense so that you can kind of
Uploading data.
learn what to expect
CPR appears to
and not have every single thing have to be unknowable until you're informed specifically.
I have located
Alright.
the central routing system, Samus.
Routing
Your
systems.
current suit cannot protect
Okay, there's
you as you explore
a lot of
Catalyst.
heat.
Be extreme. I know the shuttle. Somewhere there is one other thing to discuss. The Phantom Cloak
Dis-
prevents the
I don't want to
enemy
discuss.
attacking you. Thus far, your only option
Okay,
is that
yes,
using
okay.
the Phantom Cloak severely decreases your mobility. And
Yes,
direct
okay,
Phantom
we
Cloak is
already learned all
useless.
this.
Once an enemy sees you, you will need the Phantom Cloak and remain active after your aim has been.
Yes, okay. Thank you for explaining it again. Dude, this fucking voice. I hate it so much. ZDR is the name of this planet, yes. It's just explaining how this planet works, I guess. So, yeah, interestingly, so far, I mean, not to say that each area, like, has to have a total unique tile set or whatever. We'll see how things... in what ways they feel similar to each other and in what ways they feel different, but... I guess we got a bunch of machinery and lava treatment stuff, but less of the rocky stuff, but I think this is gonna be exciting, but it's just recharge. Oh, that's a switch. We'll see how the different regions feel. If so how, they feel distinct from one another. That's kind of interesting. The heat flow routing stuff. Nope, okay, never mind. So is this thing opening now because we routed the heat, or was this always going to open? And is it going to close behind me if I go up here? Actually, let's go back just real quick, because this, I guess, is mainly going upwards here. All right, well, there's nowhere else for us to go, but I guess it goes into this room anyway. Oh. Pretty tanky. That was an interesting thing in Fusion, that there weren't really a lot of enemies that had a lot of health. Like, enemies could kick your ass, but they usually went down pretty quick. Not quite the case here, I suppose. The melee thing on these guys? Oh, okay. Wow. Mobility feels good. Okay. Oh, that makes them a lot easier to deal with. Yeah, no, it blends in so much in, like, their overall stuff happening. Also, I didn't, like, it doesn't look like a melee attack. Well, let's do this, just get that on the map. So we don't have to try to remember. Oh. Man, like, crouching is really awkward, the analog stick. That's really the only thing, like, other than that. There's one. I've not really had issues with the controls the way I kind of was expecting that I might. strangely, that looks like foreground objects, but yeah, some things just end up being a little funky with the like 3D perspective. I don't mean to say that it's like something is problematic, but just the way that room was presented. Like, there's a degree of abstraction of the physical space when it's in 2D. That doesn't quite work the same way when it's rendered in 3D. So you gotta kind of cheat it in different ways. Okay, we're entering Emmy land again. Now we gotta learn how to be invisible. Or when. Okay, they've got new colors here. Alright, okay. I pressed X when it flashed, but I don't understand. I won't understand it until I do it successfully, and even then, it's... Who knows? Alright, so you gotta press start and then select to skip. So yeah, the invisibility thing didn't really help there, because it was still coming that way. I guess it was up before. Or this time, rather. No. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just confusing. I mean, see, like, if there was nothing you can do about it, it would be fine. It's just the way it's... Alright, you can't do it until it's full. Right, forgot. Oh, okay. Well, it kind of worked out. Well, I guess this is where I want to go. Like the vignette effect is so like oppressive. It always feels hella uncomfortable. But, you know, it's what it's supposed to be. Okay, we need to reroute some hot juice here, I guess. Oh, and that's how you open those things too. Okay. Well, it's probably what this does. Sorry, thermal fuel. It's not actually called hot juice, but it is hot juice though. So. Is this a save room? I think so. I still haven't like learned what these rooms look like. I mean, it's not that they do look the same, I guess, but there's like, I don't know why. I think they feels confusing. That's a recharge thing, which already good on. Obviously, we can go back now that we redirected the juice, but figured I would check this direction first, but figure there's apparently the... Whoa. Not much. Oh, wait, hang, what? I guess that one block was breakable. No, they're all... Why couldn't I not... That was weird. I can see that it's a hot room, though, but might as well... Yeah, I guess you can save in the other yellow rooms, too, so, I mean, fair enough, you can save there, but I meant... I guess what I meant specifically was not whether I would be able to save, more so that acknowledging how I had been a little bit confused over the different types of rooms previously. Yeah, I'm not a super, like, these, like, floor pad things, like, in the other games you have these, like, platforms you stand on, and I feel like that worked just fine. So I don't feel exactly sure, like, why they had to reinvent the wheel. In particular with a system that makes it more... makes it take more time. Okay. So I don't think I could really have gotten past them there. Yeah, I know you can use missiles. You can do that in all the other games, but I guess you're implying that there are no bombs in this game, Mr. Fui. So yeah, I would ask again to please don't talk too much about the mechanics of the game. There we go. Okay, so these open up. Nice. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's... that is what you meant, but that's... I don't know. Like I said, it's like that in every game. I mean, I don't have bombs now. That's fair enough. Whoops. Can I just do that, I guess? I guess these things maybe don't have power? Ah, aiming is a little finicky. Alright, we're getting somewhere though. Making stuff happen. That's a sensor door. The map is like really sprawling. Like, by comparison, in Fusion, for example, it's Fusion felt a lot more dense. Let's see where we're going here. Huh. Okay. I was gonna say, what am I doing by doing this? But okay. I guess we powered up this thing. But yeah, like I said, you know, you can use missiles to see how you open blocks in all the other games, and I mean, technically you can run out of missiles, but I feel like anytime... I don't feel like I've ever actually used a recharge station, because any time I hit one, I'm already full. And anytime I look at my missile count, it's always 25. But it's more... as far as that kind of thing goes, like... The thing that concerns me more is the scope of the... like, the scale of the environment. And the potential kind of lack of... Can't climb around. Nice. I haven't noticed much... in terms of, like, really... See, that's a good example. Obvious or kind of clearly telegraphed areas for a secret. Because, like, the areas are so large, I cannot really be expected to shoot missiles everywhere. Was that locked before? I feel like I would have gone through here before otherwise. But we'll see. You know, I'm more concerned about... I'm not, like, looking to collect every little thing necessarily. We're just cruising, seeing what we can find and experience along the way. Okay, so that thing... Oh wait, that was open, but it's a heat room. Okay, well... We open up something or other, at least. Probably over here? I guess? Did I maybe miss something? What about down here? This looks like stuff I saw through the floor. Well, I might have redirected something over here even. Like stuff here, there's something here, but I guess I'll take care of that once we've gotten rid of the Emmy. Okay, so let me go down here and see if that was something I could get. Yeah, but I need to see pipes. I mean, I guess I already ran away, but at this rate, I don't even really remember. But also, you don't have to give me that hint. There was the blue door up here, right? Yeah. Because there's not really many other ways I can go away from here. Yeah, well, right here, might as well. Yeah, this was probably closed before. I don't know. It's open now. Yeah, I think I thought this was a heat room when I saw it through, because the hall, like the tunnel, was so blue. Oh, whoops. Being in range might help. Yeah, I'm almost at full health after that, yeah. Man. It feels really weird to be so, funny. This looks like the next room is going to be a heat room when it clearly isn't. Maybe those embers are just from the background. It's a very unusual feel, and I like it. I think it's the same thing in when we played, like AM2R and Fusion and even Zero Mission. Like, they kind of... They make a deliberate effort, it feels like, to distribute your abilities in at kind of a different, not a different pace, but a different order at least. Although I feel like the pace of, like, the speed at which we're getting upgrades feels very slow compared to Fusion or Super Metroid, or any of them really. This feels a little more drawn out, which is pretty much exactly what I expected. But yeah, you like, if there's one thing you kind of take for granted in a Metroid game, is that if you don't start with the morph ball, you get it immediately. But definitely not the case here. So yeah, I don't know. So far, like, I feel like the game feels a little bit slow in a way, and also because of the size of the map, I feel like I haven't been spending much time or energy looking at where we are and trying to piece together where to go or what to do. Like, it feels more like Super Metroid in that sense, which probably sounds like a compliment. That's not really how I mean it. It's not even really that it feels like Super Metroid, but it at least does not feel like Fusion. Which, I don't mean to say that that's the measuring stick that I compare everything to, but it is the one I played most recently. And I thought that game did such a good job with so this is probably what we opened up before, yeah. That game did such a good job with making the kind of exploration, puzzle solving, figuring out where to go aspect so satisfying. And that particular itch is not being scratched by this game so far, at least. This game could have used target markers. Yeah, I feel like you could certainly make the argument that it feels as if they, like, if they wanted to avoid hitting the points that, like, people would complain about. That's such a tangible thing, right? Or for people to, like, latch onto as, like, oh, Fusion is too linear because it gives you the waypoints, or, like, yeah, Zero Mission is too easy because they tell you where to go. And I feel like it's going to be easy enough to kind of satisfy those people when making a new one by saying, okay, we're not going to do that this time. When in reality, I don't think that was ever really a problem. Fleet Admiral Psycho, what is up? This game seems pretty cool so far. I'm not that far into it, but I'm enjoying it. So this room felt like a bust. Maybe I need to activate something, but there might be... Okay, that's a shutter. There's some other heat door. I mean, I didn't go here, but it doesn't look like we'll find something in this little corner. Shutter platform. Is this maybe open now? I guess we can find out. I probably should not have jumped there, but... Ah, okay. Whoops. Alright. Oh, that's a charge beam. Thank you. Sick, okay. Alright, too late. Oh well. How do you know you're damaging bosses? I don't know, didn't feel that felt super unclear so far. I mean, yeah, what screwed me over there wasn't really the delay per se, it was more that I didn't realize that that was a charge door. Oh, okay. That was very quick. Yeah, I feel like the idea of the stealth invisible suit is not terrible, but it's... I don't feel like it works super duper well because of how... Oh, that's... Okay, it was not where I thought it was. At least, because you can't really just, you kind of have to, I don't know, only in certain areas do you have enough room to see where Emmy is going and, like, move out of the way because of it. Like, in most places, I guess, I feel like I'll turn invisible, but if he happens to go my way, like, okay, well, there's nothing I can do about it. And that's probably on me for picking a bad spot, but I haven't really gotten a good sense for where I might want to do it. Either I'm standing in a spot where he's going to bump into me when I'm invisible, or I'm standing in a spot where I can move out of the way even if I get seen. So, that's kind of weird. I just... Yeah, I can just. Okay, nice. I got a little hallway there. I do like the slopes are an interesting kind of addition, the way they work. I do like those. Yeah, see, that looked orange to me. I don't know. Sometimes the charge doors seem not super obvious. Oh, okay. But it's funny, I don't know. Playing this, I'm still interested in playing the Mercury Steam Metroid 2 remake at some point for sure, but I feel like obviously this game still has plenty of room to do fascinating, unique stuff, but at the same time, like, it's hard for me to overcome my kind of gut instinct that tells me that I would prefer, like, that what they're doing mechanically and aesthetically with it being 3D, like, I don't know, I prefer the kind of 2D look, and that makes me feel like Samus Returns probably might be a cool game, but I can't really imagine me liking it as much as AM2R, or rather, like, it means the same thing, I guess, but I can't imagine not coming out of that without just preferring that game. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff in Samus Returns that's different and like an interesting take on similar concepts in its own right, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll just have to play it sometime to see how I feel about it.
ME stands for Extraplanetary Multiform Mobile Identity.
Who cares?
To configure itself to fit into narrow spaces.
I know.
Not capable of destroying.
I know.
Plate, you are faced with overwhelming.
I know.
Each ME carefully and use the Phantom Cloak to advance.
I know.
Hesitate to destroy an ME whenever you...
Why does he have to tell me things I already know with the most annoying voice? Yeah, I mean, even when the way it explains it here, like, it shows you, or at least, I don't know, maybe we'll see it if there's another clip. I don't think I'd ever use it for those, but like, yeah, this makes sense. And that's kind of what I tried to do before, but I think I fucked it up. Yeah, I guess you just... So they showed this, and I saw this. But it's... I don't know. I guess that's kind of what I mean. Like, I haven't gotten the hang of it, really, exactly. And I don't want the game to hold my hand to force me into that situation and, like, do it in such a way that I cannot fail it or whatever. I don't think that would actually be helpful, but... That's the thing. Like, I don't... It may sound like I'm complaining about the way it works, but it's more so I'm a little... somewhat frustrated, ever so slightly, with my inability to use it effectively, and I can't really judge whether that's on me or the game at this point. So my frustration isn't strictly necessarily with how it's designed or how it works, but it feels awkward to make use of, I guess. Okay, we're into another enemy area there. Same as before. Do that. You throw a rock? Not to my knowledge. So that's the Omega Beam up there. Obviously, we're gonna have to go some kind of roundabout way to get there. See, this is probably not a good idea. Okay, just turn around, I guess. Maybe it's like designed to specifically travel in a weird way to let you get out of situations like that, because I don't feel like its movement there made any sense, but I'll take it, sure. Is this a save? No, it's a map room. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like the obtuseness, if you can call it that, the well, not obtuseness, but opaqueness, opacity, is absolutely a valid design choice. So that's, and I do want to stress that it's not me complaining about the game, and I don't think any game, much less a game about exploring and surviving a mysterious world, owes the player anything in terms of like ease of use, so to speak. But your kind of interactions with it are all that you have kind of initially, right? Okay, so we're gonna get some juice to move that thing, I assume. Yeah, the Chozo stuff, like the Birdland Chozo designs or whatever, they're cool, but I feel like I liked the Chozos far more when they were just a mysterious ancient race. It's like, you know, they made Metroid and they were like, hey, remember the space jockey in Alien? That was pretty cool. What if the space jockey was a bird? The end. Like, that was the extent of it. But then it's like, no, we have to drop all of the lore about the Chozo civilization, and also because Samus is obviously some kind of a chosen one, she has to be some weird half-breed Chozo something or other. And it's like, ugh. You know, I don't care for any of that shit. The chosen one? Yeah, exactly. How do I even... I guess I have to go around the outside. Yeah. Here. Yeah, it's always... I appreciate they put this border to show you, like, what's on screen right now, so you can sort of see what it is. But, oh, is that like a fucking piece of heart? Because this is like a full energy tank, and this is like a quarter of an energy tank? That's interesting. Yeah, we've been killing a few of the Emmys. We killed 2 of them. So that's like definitely a thing. But yeah, like, I like that they at least show you the screen area, but it is interesting. It kind of highlights the, again, speaking of the kind of granularity or the fidelity, or like how the world is kind of constructed and rendered, that you don't necessarily have like discrete rooms, or, you know, rooms are X amount of screens tall or wide. Everything is much more kind of freeform, which I think obviously it gives you a lot more freedom in terms of map design. But I don't at all think it's like an undivided good, because I think it's having that limitation of building stuff on a grid. Not only, you know, of course you get the sort of cliche, so to speak, if you can call it that, of limitation breeding creativity, but also more to the point, like you can create a space that is easier and more intuitive to navigate if you can always, as a player, kind of understand okay, I guess I need a... Oh, cool. I need a fucking spread shot. Whoops. Oh, that's the thing. The same thing on that thing. Interesting. Alright. So we did enable some kind of machine, but I can't remember. Was it in this room? Yeah, those things go on tracks. So I guess I probably got to this room from either side, and I kind of jumped up here, but I haven't gone over this thing. So I think I can do that now. Maybe what end, though? Oh, maybe so I can go back here, and now I can... Can I go through here? I mean, this must have done something or other, so that's my best guess that we're going through there again. But yeah, like creating, I mean, it's kind of like how... Oops. Yeah, having a larger map is by no means a better thing. It's not necessarily strictly a worse thing either, but... it can be kind of problematic. So I assume we'll come back to that thing. Well, this machine is moving at least, so... stop to aim. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can make it work. I'm not saying necessarily that I have determined that this map is bad or that I don't like it, but I do feel pretty, like, clearly and unequivocally that it is... it's much harder to parse this map at a glance than kind of what I'm used to. Oh, shit. Well, okay, it says open. Good. Been here before. Did this? I don't know. Maybe that other thing was not... maybe the juice was not flowing both ways before? Probably not. I mean, it's just, I guess it's the same line of thinking as, you know, a long game is good and a short game is not worth $60 or whatever the fuck. Obviously, I completely disagree with. Yeah, I think this was shuttered before. Oh, it's not even charged. Wait, hang on. There we go. So hopefully this is kind of permanent. I could probably open. It's kind of interesting. Two-way door. I mean, it's kind of actually, I didn't even really think about that, but we actually see both halves of every door. Open from this side. Right, okay, well, I can probably just go through here and get this piece of heart or whatever over here, so let's do that first. I was tempted to just go grab that energy tank, but that's actually where we're headed, I guess, so... But yeah, I really genuinely love how kind of mobile you feel and how fluid the movement is. That feels really good in this game. Oh, interesting. You always stop in this action shooting pose after the running uppercut. That's a cool touch. I like that. Energy part. Ugh. But that's good, you know. I think this is a good idea. It's frustrating to collect one of these, but yeah, I find this fascinating because it is such an obvious thing to do based on very specific complaints or like points I raised on previous Metroid streams, where at some point like the energy tanks are like almost the only, like, of all the stuff you can find, like power bomb upgrades are like the most meaningless thing because you never use them you don't use that many at a time anyway. And missile, like when you have 160 max missiles, raising it to 162 is like not that exciting, you know? And especially if you're like end game or whatever, you're just trying to collect more stuff. Yeah, any one individual missile ammo thing is not very exciting. But the energy tanks are like the one thing that is always an exciting, like, because it means you get a little more breathing room. Like they're you know, they're a very meaningful upgrade at every point. But there's obviously a limited amount of them that you can put. I mean, same thing. I mean, even more so, of course, when it comes to actual permanent upgrades. You can't just put those everywhere. But by splitting every energy tank up into 4, or at least some of them, which I guess is exactly how it works in Zelda too, right? Like, you can get the pieces of heart, but there's also a At least when you like defeat bosses or whatever, you just get an instant heart upgrade. It means you can collect, like, you can have far more collectibles being meaningful. Even if, and like, you know, 3 of the 4 are going to be like frustratingly unmeaningful at that instant, but every 4th is going to be very meaningful and very satisfying. So I do like that a lot. Like, I think it makes sense. It's frustrating because it's like, oh man, all that shit I have to collect, but it's going to be worth it, I think. I'd rather, you know, funnily enough, collecting that thing that doesn't give me anything right now still gives me more kind of joy and excitement than getting a missile, like, ammo increase. Of course, I found one of these, so naturally I don't need it, but I guess I can shoot some missiles to see if I find anything. Missiles feel really meaningful in NES Metroid. I mean, I can see that. They're not unmeaningful necessarily. I guess it's just at a point. Like, I completed one of these with like 60, 70 something % completion rate. And at that point, like, yeah, I could have raised my total from 180 to 230 or something. And it, like, that range doesn't, like, each individual one doesn't feel like much. But of course, yeah, in the original game, things are a little bit different for sure. Yeah, overall, like, I feel like my first impression was that, I thought I took, like, 50 damage or something. Okay, so let's... What if I... It would seem to me that I need a wave beam or something. Unless I can... No. At least I get to figure this out while not being hunted. So yeah, the first impression I had was that I was like, oh, okay, it seems like I took like 40 damage from this one bat. Okay, maybe I take a lot of damage in this game too. That absolutely does not seem to be the case. And you see, I get health drops from everything, and the health drops have, like, they're not only easy to collect, they're difficult to avoid. But you know, people have said that this game is hard, so I guess probably at some point there's going to be stuff that's where that's going to matter more, or maybe there's just a lot of weird insta-death stuff. At least the stuff that we've gotten so far with the Emmy, you don't lose progress or anything though, really, so it doesn't frustrate me very much. But yeah, I mean, as far as any game, like, length is such a meaningless metric to judge quality by, because, you know, I don't want to use the word fun, because, you know, you can have games that aren't exactly fun, but engagement and being interesting, being compelling. And whether that's narratively compelling or mechanically compelling or socially compelling or whatever it is, like, doesn't really matter. But a game is certainly not by definition more compelling just because there's more of it. Alright, yep. Let's take the A train. Yeah, this feels kind of weird. We're just like... I mean, I guess we're heading towards our ship, but... It really doesn't feel like I have a clear idea on a micro scale what I'm trying to achieve. on a macro scale, of course, yes, we're trying to get to our ship, and we're not exactly like killing the enemies isn't exactly our objective, but they're in our way, so getting rid of them makes our life easier. But you know, in Super Metroid, of course, like, you know, you're going to Zebes and you're gonna exterminate the Metroids and take out the space pirates and whatever else. Like, okay, I guess we're getting speed boosters eventually. Well, I guess you don't get plural speed boosters, but a speed booster. And I also had a melee thing. What was I talking about? Yeah, so in Super Metroid, like, it's not that like, at first, of course, you're just like, okay, where can I go? And, you know, you have the stuff of, like, you know, whether it's the morph ball and the bomb, you start to figure out, like, okay, I can go here or I can go here. But, you know, I feel like it's not that long, at least not in like, playtime, percentage-wise, I don't know. But in terms of playtime, it's not that long until you bump into that weird statue room with the bosses. And if you go there after beating a boss, it's very clear that you're working towards something. And in this game, like, I feel like I haven't really at any point felt, okay, let's do this now. Now that I've done this, let's do this. And I think that's a little bit of an issue. But I wonder if that, again, is like an attempt at over-correcting for a perceived issue of the objective being too spelled out. Or, like, because I think that's the, you know, when people complain about Zero Mission and Fusion, I don't think anyone's complaining about these sort of macro objective being clear. It's more about, like, every step of the way, like, do this, now do this, now do this. Which I still maintain is handled well, and isn't a problem, because it doesn't... There's always a twist to it. There's always, like, do this, and then when you're supposed to do it, it's like, oh, fuck, this didn't work out. Like, basically, if you were to only go by... Like, if you didn't in Fusion intuit anything on your own, but just, like, follow Adam's instruction, leave it at that, like, you wouldn't get anywhere, because in order to achieve anything, you have to break out of, you know, the outside of the map and do things that are kind of go beyond what the map or the space station or Adam or anything, like, says that you can do. That's why I think it works. Okay, well, I would assume that this is what we're, okay, I guess this, oh, well, okay. I'm just like, okay, so if that's speed booster, which maybe it isn't, maybe it's just a similar icon for something else. What kind of dastardly shine spark bullshit am I supposed to get up to do that? But I'm sure we won't find out for a long time. So, like, I mean, yeah, of course, I do have this sort of the thing you always have of, like, once you have an upgrade that lets you get past a certain kind of obstacle, you can piece together where you can go. But I think there's a combination of, like, both the game not, like, telling me, and in fact, when the map is so sprawling and so dense, it would help to be given some guidance or, like, being pointed in a direction and say, this is where you should be spending your energy to figure something out, as opposed to just having everything open. And I think when everything is open, that's almost inevitably leads to the things needing to be figured out being more basic. But also, How do I put it? Everything feels more open-ended in a way. Maybe it isn't, but like... I mean, I guess it really isn't, because it's not like I have that many different places I could go. But I don't know, that I can't exactly put my finger on what it is specifically that does it, but there's definitely to me a feeling that that kind of broader feeling of having a sense of what I should be doing next, whether that is being told to us or whether it's me figuring it out or like having an idea. Like the game isn't telling me much, which is fine. But I think between like how the map looks and also stuff like, you know, it's easier if the map looks a certain way to look at the map and say, okay, I have the blue thing, then let me look for blue doors. Okay, here we go. But not only does the map itself, even if it presents that exact information, it's still hard. Let's see if okay. This doesn't work. Because, not, you know, even if that is the case, and I could do that, it's still tricky because the map is so kind of difficult to look at and get a clear view. But you also have stuff like these heat doors that, or heat tubes, whatever, controlling stuff, where that doesn't really show on the map either. I can't really look at the map to say, oh, this is routed here. No, the doors in this area should be open. And trying to memorize it, also not very helpful. So right now, I feel really kind of confused as to what I've actually opened or achieved. I went over here, but it seemed to me like I couldn't really find anything. Actually, let me experiment trying a bit more with this thing over here. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Doesn't hit him. Okay. You do shoot like crouching. Do this. It's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I said wave beam like 3 times. I meant spazer, of course, for the 3-way shot. I mean, that's the only thing that really makes sense. But I mean, they could surprise me, of course, but I don't think I feel like I've exhausted every reasonable option to try and figure out if I could somehow shoot it. Because if we take a look at light on, there's one of those here, and then there's the speed booster blocks or whatever they are. So it doesn't seem like I'm meant to go here. I feel like I tried shooting stuff here to see if there were explodey blocks. But could there be some other thermal door? So there's one of these blocks here. That's the door I was trying to open. So I guess I need some kind of upgrade probably to open this kind of door, and that's going to let me do whatever I need to do to get to this room. But is there some other... Yeah, and this is like a waist-high thing, so I can't get through there. What's up with this door? Did we just not go there? I guess not. Well, that's a long-ass way back, but, oh, that must have been shuttered, right? There's no way well, I shouldn't say that, but... Seems unlikely that you know, if I happened to go left first, I would have just continued. I guess I'm surprised by the map design that it would let me explore this much without checking here first, but clearly these rooms are connected. So that's an option, but traveling all the way back there is gonna be slightly troublesome. I mean, it's an avenue of exploration. I mean, who knows? Maybe the spacer is right here. Who's to say that it's not? You know. Typically, you kind of bump into the lock before you find the key, but maybe I could have gotten the key there, or maybe this door was closed with a shutter, and it's been opened now. Because I don't think it indicates on the map when that's the case. If it's a shutter, it'll say shutter, I guess, but... Well, actually, shutter is a different thing. That's that thing, right? Access closed? Is that what it says? I don't know. Well, we can... And again, this is exactly the type of situation you don't ever really find yourself in Fusion. There's not really any situation where you're stuck trying to figure out what to do, where you were ever really going to consider, well, let me backtrack for 20 minutes. I mean, it's not going to take me 20 minutes, but like, let's backtrack really far because that's the best idea I have. Not only does the game typically prod you towards having better ideas than that, but also the game doesn't let you backtrack that much, really. Do I want spoilery summary? Not at all. Not even a little bit. I appreciate you asking, though. I mean, I don't expect this game to want me to do that. I don't think that is the solution. I feel like I kind of phrased it quite similarly when we were in a similar situation in AM2R. It's like, I can't reasonably think that the game actually wants me to go back that far, but it's the best idea I have, so I went and like maybe I found something or maybe it was nothing. So like I don't think that's the thing, but the game will let me do it, and I don't feel like I have much better ideas. So if the option is to just kind of stand here and do nothing, I would rather kind of go there and see if I can figure something out, I guess. But also, like, the map is large here, so I want to see that I haven't, like, missed anything else. There could be some corners of the lockdown area that I haven't explored, but it doesn't look like they would lead me anywhere. Can I return there? It's a good question. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm just kind of assuming that I could go through back here some way or another. That's the thing too, like we've been playing for a while, and it's not even like if we were to go back to, I was going to say Criteria, Artaria, we don't really have many more tools to play with to open stuff there, because everything we've been doing to unlock like gated progression in this area is just redirecting the thermal juice. But so this was like the most recent thing we activated, right? This, and well, we've activated all of them. Like, it's not like you're going to toggle them back and forth. So each one you open is going to basically have more doors be unlocked. And I can't really see any other doors on the map. Like, this one's not accessible because we can't get through here. This one is whatever this is. We don't have whatever that is. This one's open, it seems. That's another one of the blue thingies. Enemy zone door, sensor lock door, shutter platform. Can't get through there. Well, we got up through this way. We can't go through these narrow tunnels, at least not yet. So I'm definitely a bit stumped, which is definitely not in and of itself a bad thing. It'll just... it'll all depend on how I feel about whatever solution we come up with. So it's flashing here. We found those tiles in the ceiling here, but I wonder if that's it. I want to just Let's actually take a look here. We're gonna get some kind of heat suit eventually. I feel like there's a bunch here that we, yeah, didn't explore over here, but that's probably... See, there's more... No, never mind. Okay. Yeah, there's an ice room over here. I mean, I'm definitely not thinking that we're supposed to go back here. I just wanted to kind of take a look at... See... Because we got the... I'm assuming we were able to climb the... Well, maybe not, actually. I think we might have gotten around here without climbing any of the blue stuff, because it kind of looks like from which areas have been explored that I never actually used it. But at the same time, it looks like it's mostly for kind of making the navigation easier. We can definitely get up here, which we could not before. So technically speaking, we could explore new areas here, but at the same time, I would assume that probably bumping into some other barrier pretty quickly if we were to do that. Red trapdoor. This one closed. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Actually, we got up here this way. Oh, okay, you're right. It does make a difference because I cannot get through here. Well, let's just double check that, because if that's the case, then at least we... I don't mind spending time looking over the map to see, because I'm learning to kind of get a sense of this entire, like, the game map and everything. But you're right. That would imply that we are, in fact, not able to get out of this area. Which is good. Which gives me more of that fusion thing I was asking for than I gave it credit for. So that's good. Can take a look, I guess. Like, trying to see if there's anything else. Probably did get a bunch of missiles here, but... Dude, like, I picked up, like, dude, how many fucking missiles do you get from one of those pickups? I thought you got one or maybe two. It looks like you get, like, 5. That's the... Let's take a look at this area again. Because we were able to go here, and it would seem... not completely without precedent, but unusual, I guess, to be sent to a new area and immediately be unable to go absolutely anywhere. So I was definitely... I didn't spend that much time dicking around here, so... It's entirely possible that I was being a little hasty in going back. Ugh. I like that you have different kind of scale, the way the camera sort of zooms out and stuff. Nice touch. So, that thing, which kind of looks like it actually has orange things. So I wonder if you need to shoot a charged spacer or whatever. Alright, those little things don't actually hurt me. Okay. Well, it's kind of interesting. These like exposed things remain this way. Did I try? Okay, well. I did not try. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, spending 2 more seconds. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually hurt it. That's fine. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Map room? Save room. One of these days I'll learn which one of these is which. Alright, well, assume... Well, okay. Whoa. Metal Sonic. Oh. Wait, what just happened? How did those break? Something to do with doing the counter on them? I don't know. Okay. Like, anytime you face a new enemy, it's like you can kind of ignore the enemy's attacks, just tank it while you kill them, and you will have learned how they attack. I don't know. Very, very different from Fusion, that's for sure. But, you know, in fairness, more in line with a lot of the other games, so. Finish the game? Yeah, I'm, we'll see how long it takes me. Not expecting that I'll be going super fast, so it'll probably take a bit. But yeah, I mean, to be clear, like, as I said before, like, my kind of expectations are kind of... My frame of reference is kind of the Lords of Shadow game, which sucked balls. Having not played Samus Returns, that's kind of what I have to compare to. So, like, if it's better than that, then that's a step up. But, you know, obviously the 2D Metroid games, it's a high bar. They're quality games across the board. So I absolutely never went in. I mean, of course, I was hoping that I would like this game, but I said something to that effect after finishing Fusion, right? Like, not necessarily that Fusion raised my expectations of this game in terms of, like, what do I think it's going to be, but it gave me a clearer sense of what I would be looking for in a game like this. Because I think before I replayed the other games, I was like, you know what, the new 2D Metroid, that's awesome. Even if it's weaker than most or all of the other ones, just the fact that we're getting it is such a cool thing that I can't imagine being, like, unhappy with it. Just the novelty of it, and, like, there's going to be things to enjoy about it. Like, yeah, I'll be appreciative of it and have fun with it, I'm sure. And I mean, that hasn't necessarily changed, but at the same time, I felt like I had a much clearer and more specific idea of kind of what it was that I liked about those other games and how I liked how I enjoy them differently. That suddenly created a sense of, like, more specific things that I would have wanted to see from a new 2D Metroid. Hey, wide beam. There we go. So there's, like, a little more room for the game to potentially fall short of a specific hope, I guess, or wish, rather than expectation. Okay, that's nice. And yeah, so far, like, at least, you know, where we're at this point, like, there's definitely things in it that I feel are... I didn't... Yes. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not enjoying it. But I can also kind of feel that it's the things about it that I feel not quite sold on, I guess. Like, I don't necessarily expect all those things to completely change. I mean, I think it's true for any game that you, or at least these games, you know, you don't have the full picture until you've played at least, you know, more of it. The pacing, you know, and distribution of power-ups and set pieces and all that stuff, like that's not something that's static throughout the entire game. So some sections are more fun and more exciting than others. That's just kind of how it goes. So I'm not gonna have the full picture right off the bat. But I feel like that so far, the exploration and traversal to me is not as enjoyable as it was in Fusion. Oh! I didn't mean to stop to aim. Oh, I think I made Samus flap her hand. I pressed the button like 6 times and she did it once. It didn't feel like she did it in time to my button press, but whatever. Okay, so I did actually kind of luck into getting through there. Interesting. I mean, it was kind of for nothing, but still. Yeah, I think the enemy stuff is actually pretty decently done. It's like, it works pretty well. It's maybe not like, I don't know, in some ways it's a little it's a little reined in, and in some cases it's a little oh, the energy was, oh well, whatever. It's not always the most interesting, I guess, but I think from a kind of emotional sort of experience standpoint, like it has that stressful feel, and it feels very satisfying to get rid of it so you can kind of explore that area and everything. It's quite successful in that sense. Alright, so we have the wide beam now. Which means we can get through that other thing, right? Technically, I could maybe look around over here, but it doesn't seem like that's what I meant to do. In fact, I assume that this actually means we should be able to defeat the other enemy in the other area. But yeah, like the sense of exploration and like traversal, navigational puzzle solving, environmental puzzle solving, to me doesn't feel as satisfying as Fusion. I also feel there's something a little bit weird about the speed. It has to do with the size of the map, I guess. Like, I love the way, like, Samus handles very well. It feels nice and smooth, and it's easy to control, and you never feel sluggish or awkward in terms of movement. But I wonder if that doesn't contribute to, like, in order to create, like this, it kind of makes the spaces having to be larger to make up for Samus's high movement speed in some way. So it really feels like Fusion doesn't have a huge map. I mean, it's not small, but it's a lot denser. And here, I guess, like the exploration, both in terms of that, like, puzzle solving, figuring stuff out aspect, but also kind of like just caring about the environment itself. Like, visually, we've now been in 3 areas, and I couldn't tell you, like, how they are distinct from one another, I guess. See, like, he... Nope, okay. I wasn't sure. Because I feel like there was a similar area before, or like similar situation where there was no real reason for the Emmy not to just go through me, but it was kind enough not to do that. Oh, that's okay. Didn't actually need to charge. It started draining my health. Oh, nice. Okay. Whew. Actually, that was nice. I was like, oh, cool, a dead end. Like, oh, wait, hang on. That was not a dead end. Like, as far as, like, the feedback on bosses taking damage, like, I agree that the bosses don't react, like, super... a lot. But I feel like it's still distinct enough that when they're not reacting at all, like, you can tell. But yeah, like, see, like, jumping around shots like that feels kind of effortless in a way that I like. It feels good. You don't feel like you're getting... Like, sometimes some boss fights in... You know, quite frankly, a lot of the other boss fights, I feel like I would brute force because I felt almost hopeless trying to avoid projectiles. Like, fuck it, let's just get pelted by all this shit. But I'm just gonna pump missiles into them and hope I survive, like, hope they die before I do. But here you can actually kind of make a deliberate effort to get away from stuff, and it feels satisfying. But I really do like that. Oh, fuck, I can't crouch and do that. Almost. But not quite. I mean, I knew that that wasn't a good spot for it, but I was kind of curious to see how much, like, how close do I need to be? But it was still kind of weird that, I don't know, it said before that it should, like, lock on, kind of, I guess? Or, like, not lock on, but, like... Well, I guess, if I'm doing this, like, it should automatically target. It definitely does not do that. Yep. There we go. So yeah, the first time I had to do this, I was very concerned with, like, how do I figure out where to position myself to do this? But, you know, it feels relatively self-explanatory and straightforward. But at the same time, like, it's not... It feels nice to be able to get rid of these guys. But it's not that... I don't know. Compelling, I guess. Like, when the central unit thing, like, that's not a very interesting boss fight. And getting rid of these is also not that interesting a boss fight. But yeah, Metroid can finally crawl. So we get a ZL or tilt when crouched. Okay, all right. So you can actually need to jump. Whoa. Okay, I was like, do we get a flashback or something? But no, we just got rid of the film grain. Oh, nice, nice. You don't actually. You can just. It's like just a Why did it say ZL while crouched? Because you can do it while standing also. And you have the button. See? Oh, that's what we love to see. And it has a spring ball. Yeah, I think that was the same in Fusion or something. Or was it? One of the games I think you... when you get the high jump boots, you also get the spring ball or something. Excellent, excellent. And I think that is another perfect opportunity for another short break. I need to go to the bathroom anyway. And, yeah, I've been going for like 4 hours. Yeah, there's something, I don't know. I feel, I can't exactly explain it. I think a lot of it has to do with the execution of the presentation. But in Fusion, well, I think the narrative justification for it kind of helps also. But in Fusion, it felt reasonable and sensible and satisfying to get upgrades from defeating the X, like, bosses. Like, there's a boss, and when you kill the boss, like, the X parasite is exposed, and then you have to fight the X. And every time you kill the X, you absorb the X, and you inherit some kind of ability from the X. In this game, you take out a sentry robot, and now you have the morph ball. Like, it feels very... Maybe there's a justification, you know, a retroactive explanation for it or something. The excuse or explanation they gave for why we don't have our abilities in the first place was kind of equally flimsy. It's just like, you know, it's like physical amnesia, you know? You forget, your body forgets how to turn into a ball. So like, alright, okay, I mean, I buy it, it's fine, it's a video game, but I feel like there's... To be clear, I don't think the narrative explanation for it is the important part. Like, I think it's fine if sometimes I think things can get a little bit silly when you have to over-explain why you have to collect abilities again. So the narrative part is just like not the important part. I think it's still Fusion manages to make it like in a series of games where traditionally you get abilities by collecting pickups. Suddenly they streamlined that a little bit, so instead of defeating a boss and going to the next room to find a pickup, you defeat the boss and you absorb something from it. But they also kind of create, like, there's a thematic and narrative and mechanical cohesion that you can kind of create that I think is nice. So I guess it's more about the expectations set by previous games, where now they've kind of created the expectation of some sort of explanation for why this works this way. And they don't really give it to you, and maybe there will be later. But that doesn't help with how I'm feeling about it now. I'm not approaching this as like, what an intriguing mystery, I can't wait to find out how we are getting the powers. What I'm saying is, when I'm getting the power, it doesn't feel triumphant and like, ah, sick, yes, I got this thing from this thing. It's just like, oh, wait, right, okay, I get stuff from defeating these. Okay, that's weird. Oh well, okay, whatever. And I mean, admittedly, I felt that a little bit sometimes in Fusion, because Fusion handled all that stuff so differently. Like the door lock stuff, like, I kept getting confused about the download abilities and the security room unlocking doors and stuff. I always went into one of these rooms expecting to unlocking doors. I was like, oh shit, I got an ability. Oh, right, that's right. And when I expected to get an ability, I unlocked a door. But so it's not even the fact that I'm like not expecting it to happen or that it's surprising to me, but there's just something about how this is presented. Maybe it's because the central unit and the Emmy, neither of them put up like an interesting fight, that it doesn't feel rewarding. I can't exactly put my finger on why, but getting the abilities themselves feels like... doesn't feel as good as I would want it to feel, I guess, if I'm really simplifying. Anyway, we have a morph ball, which I'm sure is going to help us get through... I mean, I can already think of at least one place, which I guess would be here. But I'm sure there's plenty of other places where, at the very least, we can sort of get some shortcuts and whatnot. But yeah, I'll be taking a short break. I'll be back in a little bit with more Metroid. See you guys in a bit. All right, I am back. Sorry, that was a little more of an extended break than I had intended, but on the other hand, I'm alive and well, so that's good. Eager Mongoose, thank you for the follow and for the compliments. Glad you like my art. Okay, so we got the morph ball, right? Maru Mari, which means we can now do stuff. So there's stuff here. Maybe we dare speculate that we might find something within these tunnels. But we can also clearly exit through here and get those missiles. And yeah, I already mentioned there's something all the way over here that we can definitely take a look at. Which by the time, yeah, we'll probably be able to check out this entire area. But there's a more immediate avenue of exploration, which is over here and well, that stuff. So let's actually let's go see if we can find what's hidden here. I'm just looking, and then we'll go get those missiles and see where we're at. Wait, there's a, yeah, there we go. There's like, it's nice. It's kind of weird in a way that it doesn't stay, but that's fine. It's kind of cool to have this sort of halfway map screen kind of thing. I mean, doing this is quick, so, which is nice. It's not something you can always take for granted. But yeah, snappy, quick menus, always highly appreciated, for sure. Dude, those things drop so many missiles, it's ridiculous. So, I was thinking maybe the hidden thing would be in here, but that does not seem to be the case. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't have bombs either, so... It's a good... Well, that is a thing that we don't have. So, I guess I'll just go back the way we came. Oh, I didn't really need to do that, but that's fine. Missile tank. I haven't got one of those in a while. Well. Oh, okay, so that's what those are, just the cracked. I see. Okay, I didn't recognize them. It's the bricks you just fall through. And that brings us back here, and now we can go in here. Very welcoming. Is that a recharge station? It looks like something else. I mean, it's a recharge station, I guess. Why does it look so sinister? Well, okay, it's a hot room. But we saw there was some kind of a tunnel here. That's... What the heck is that, actually? No. Missile plus tank. Okay. I was like, it looks like missiles, but it's blue. Kind of a DLC station. What is this? Wait. Oh shit. Okay. There is fast travel. Teleportal red. Huh. I think we're good for now. That's interesting though. This is a map room or a save room or something. Save room. Okay. That's interesting. Like, I thought the fast travel stuff that you find late in AM2R was kind of cool, and an interesting little twist of sorts on what to expect from a Metroid game. But here, the way it's introduced and the way we have it now doesn't have me as excited, because if anything, it kind of makes me feel like If the game needs to have a system to let you just skip past stuff, is that potentially maybe an issue with how things are designed? Like, if it's so sprawling that you need to teleport through? Maybe that's an issue? I don't know. We'll see how it all works out, though. I really love these little transitional load screen things. They look so cool. There's a lot about the visual presentation of this I think is cool, but I wish the environments were more memorable, because I feel like from a technical standpoint, in terms of the rendering or whatever, they look fine in terms of composition, in terms of how they use the background layers to create depth and create visual interest. That's all fine. But I think there's something about just the design of them. So this is like a purple thing. Is this also are they just like different in different? Or maybe this, oh, that's probably just health. Yeah, okay, I see. So that was maybe not open before? Not, I can't quite grab onto it to wall jump, I see. Yeah, just like artistically. Okay, that's a thing. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't do a running thing because I can't really get running speed underwater, I guess. Like conceptually, I guess, each area doesn't really have much of anything to distinguish it on a kind of basic level. Like, what kind of area is this? You don't necessarily have to do it to such like kind of an extreme as in Fusion, where you have like the ice area and the night area and the lava area and the SR-388 area. I liked it in that game, but if you feel like that's too contrived or whatever, you know, that's fine. But even in Super Metroid, you know, Criteria and Norfair and Brinstar, Orion, Ghost Ship, Meridia, like, they're pretty distinct. Chunky soup water physics. Yeah, the water is at least, like, the water is always a nuisance in Metroid, but in this game at least it's kind of cool. I guess we're going up here? Prize haven't given Samus. Isn't there an all-black outfit in Prime 3 or something? I know one of the, in like the Prime sequels, there's like the dark suit and the light suit. I mean, it's not like, oh, in this game, Samus is all tactical and then she's all black, but it is kind of like a black suit, if I recall. Or it's like black and bronze or something. Yeah, I'm not like super knowledgeable about those games either, but there are a couple of, there's like, cause there's like the Phazon suit, and I think it's in, I've never played Metroid Prime 3. I've played the first one a little bit. I have very barely played 2. I think I've at least seen like speedruns of 2. But I think, I don't know. I think 2 is the one where there's like evil clone Samus. And I think 3 is the one with the light dark stuff, but yeah, I don't really know. There is actually a suit that looks kind of similar to this one when I think about it. The color scheme at least. With the blue and white and red. Okay, so that's moving around. Music's all hectic, but is there like lava going up here or something? Yeah, there sure is. Or something red is moving up on the map at least. Kind of weird how like the sense of intensity and like stress versus like what's going on. I don't know. There's a weird kind of disconnect there. There was a cool little sequence though, but I don't know. I'm immediately just comparing this in my mind to the room in Super Metroid where it's just like you hear this noise and the screen starts shaking. It's like, oh, I gotta get moving. And here, like, obviously everything happening is like more intense, but I was still like, wait, am I supposed to go fast? What's happening? Hey, the Varia already? Well, let's see how it looks. Well, already, we've been playing this for like fucking 4 hours. Curious. Okay, yeah, interesting. Because this is basically how she looked in the intro. Like, she still has the white suit and everything. You still have the same kind of proportions. The same kind of, I think, at least, organic kind of sinewy look. But actually, I don't... Probably not. I guess the shoulder pads are more solid. The knee pads are probably a little different, too. But the chest piece is, like, different. Because in the old suit, it's, yeah, you don't have the other suit. It's not there anymore. Yeah, because I remember those, like, the green kind of bolts being quite distinctive, and they weren't there in the blue and red suit. Yeah. Rip in peace. Blue suit. We thank you for your service. I mean, I still like the use of white and everything. It's not like a downgrade on the level of getting the Varia suit in Fusion, where it just looked like shit. Oh shit, no. Quite the range. Oh, you can do that in the air. Okay, interesting. But I kind of still prefer the original. Oh. Okay, so I'm assuming... Yep, okay. I was gonna say, I'm assuming we're not gonna be fine in there, and we were in fact not fine. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that we're gonna get some kind of gravity suit or equivalent. I was speculating, as I said before, like the first thing I kind of thought when the suit was revealed, when they announced the game, it's like, oh yeah, I wonder if they're gonna have other suits and unlockable suits and stuff. Because I think, like, in the Prime games, again, like, the suits are more... it's not just a linear kind of upgrade path. I think there might be at least the one that has the white, the light and dark suit. Like, it's something you actually more actively switch between. I could... If I had more health, I think I could actually get this, but I don't want to risk it right now. Oh, this is where we came through, and now this is a hot room. I was just like, this looks familiar, but yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I was thinking, like, I wonder if this is gonna have, like, unlockable suits or DLC suits or something or other, like, not even thinking at the time of, like, oh yeah, Metroid always has, like, suit upgrades. Like, for a 2021 game, I guess it would just feel almost quaint in a way to not, like, if the 2 or 3 variations on this suit is all we get. I mean, if that's the case, then fine. I guess that's pretty much in line with most of the games, but you guys know I like character design and costume design, so it'd be interesting to see things kind of taken further. Yeah, you can kind of tell, like, the shoulder pads definitely look different. And I think the boots are probably a little bit... Or, like, not the boots, but the leg guards. Ah, okay. I guess we're kind of stuck in here now, then. I mean, we can teleport, obviously, but we can't actually go out that way. Have to, like, break that block from below. But luckily, there's plenty more to explore here with the Varia. Yeah, you have a bit of that, like, sinewy inner kind of suit, but it's not exposed in the shoulders or probably not in the calves either. Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, I really like the suit design in this game. It's spicy chunk soup. Yeah, the spicy chunk soup's still dangerous though. Let's not forget that. Like I mean, obviously the power suit is like an iconic design. She looks cool and everything. But I guess like for one reason or another, like the way Samus looks in the the Prime games, at least from what I've seen, like I've never been like a huge fan, I guess, of how the suit has been kind of presented, like in the games in 3D. Like it looks fine. But I don't know, I just like this suit a lot and how she looks in this game. It's not just the suit design, really. It's also, I guess, the body proportions of the model. The animation, a lot of things. I don't know exactly what we're... Well, I was gonna say, I'm not exactly sure what we're heading towards or what we're looking for, but I guess that's, like, what else is new? That's this game. Like, at least this part doesn't feel like everything else, but at the same time, like, not only is this a pretty generic, like, lava pot section, it's also, in the areas we've been in this game, I feel like this could have been in any one of them. I don't really think of this necessarily as the hot area. It's like, first area was the cave area, and then this is the second cave area. I don't know. I was, yeah, okay, yep. Cutscene? Question mark? Yep, it's been a while, actually. Oh, interesting, she's got weird, like, braid weave on the top of the shoulder pads. Yeah, actually her back, like, she had the little spinal column thing. Probably like a good chunk of the suit actually looks different. I appreciate that. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's how in some of the older games, the Varia suit had like slightly different shoulder pads. Huh. Old friend, huh? See, he actually looks pretty cool. I guess that's kind of the Super Metroid boss theme. I'm interested, you can just aim like this. I don't know, it's kind of makes the fight a little different. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I wasn't, I guess, naively, perhaps, I wasn't really expecting that we would be fighting a bunch of old Metroid bosses, but Kraid over here looks a lot cooler, I think, than whatever that thing we fought before. Oh, yeah, we get... I don't feel too concerned about health, even with like 2 tanks. Like, my missiles also, like, refill faster than I can use them, pretty much. I will say, there's been a significantly less, like, smaller amount of dialogue scenes and shit in the past hour or 2. So... unsurprisingly, I guess, like some of that seemed fairly front-loaded. I was thinking like, all right, just fighting Kraid's face seems like a slight downgrade, but I'm glad we got some multiple phases going on here. Okay, my health is actually... Okay, we actually died. How about that? That's a pretty cool explosion. So where the fuck do we continue? I don't feel like I saved all that recently. I mean, I saved not long ago, but it wasn't like right outside. I guess that doesn't matter because we're starting here anyway. I guess I had just assumed that that was a thing specifically with the Emmy thing. Okay. So, yeah, once we're in the second phase, I should definitely actually shoot some of the stuff he's shooting at me to, like, recover more health. Like, the thing is, like, I just never pay any attention. See, like, holy shit, like, that just maxed out my missiles again. Like, you can just use missiles fairly indiscriminately because you get them back so quickly. Oh, maybe it's like all bosses. I guess we haven't died to just regular enemies or something. And in that case, maybe you do have to load your save game. Yeah, just do these. Safe, yeah. I guess he cannot fling fingernails at me while also protecting his gut, so that makes sense. Well, my trigger finger's getting a workout here. I'm assuming the belly thing is just to give me the opportunity to do this, so. Oh, shit. Alright, that's pretty cool. I was like, alright, I can pretty much shoot away all his fingernails, so I might just fine hanging out here, but alright, he punched us in the face eventually. I really appreciate that, you know, I feel like this fight could have easily just been a much more of a retread. At least there's... You know, it's familiar, but it's different. I guess we're going to, I don't know, I have to talk to Adam so we can speculate on why our old friends are back. Oh, okay, I guess there's lava here. So yeah, as I said, like, I guess I wasn't expecting, like, just, oh yeah, let's just fight old Metroid bosses. But at the same time, like, of course, the bosses that they can just kind of reuse and, I don't mean reuse in terms of, taking shortcuts or like, cutting corners. I just mean, like, having a familiar boss, like, the design... From a purely aesthetic standpoint, like, I'm sure Kraid appears in some other games, but compared to, like, the 2D games and everything, like, yeah, that's a pretty exciting, cool-looking Kraid. And, like, inevitably, it's going to be cooler than whatever original stuff they come up with. Fusion... Oh, yeah, okay, we got, like, the fusion missiles in Fusion, right? So having whatever that effect is on the beam is different. Yeah, because I was thinking when we're outside, like, we have to hit something that's not at the surface, so we're going to be able to... It's not quite a... Not quite the wave beam, I guess. But we can hit stuff, yeah. Okay, so when we charge, we can hit stuff through the wall. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time we have fought Kraid after having previously defeated Kraid. So I don't know if it's something the game feels like it has to explain or not. I mean, I'm fine either way, but I'm just like, well, what else is going on with the plot in this game? Which isn't to say that I feel a need for plot, just that I expect there to be more of it. Clearly, the game starts off with this kind of mystery as to, like, what's going on? Why did we fight a Birdman? We're probably going to travel there, but let's just see where this leads first. That's kind of interesting. Whoa! Pretty slick. I mean, I don't think it exactly helps us. I mean, I guess... Actually... Quite reach, I guess? Oh, there we go. Nice. I don't have to actually take a swim. I was gonna say, there could be something more there. There's nothing flashing on the map, but... Nice, you can actually press the button to unhook in midair, just like in AM2R. That's lovely. That's what we like to see. Yeah, I actually, you know, despite all of my misgivings about the analog stick control and everything, I do like the controls in this game a lot. Hot maple syrup. Oh man, I'm getting hungry now. I had a somewhat light lunch before I started streaming. That was 5 hours ago. Well, closer to 6, since I had the meal, I guess. But it's, well, it's only 8 p.m. I usually go to around 9-ish, I guess, on Saturdays, but it's usually depending, like, sometimes I go to, like, 10:30, sometimes 8:30, depends on how quickly I feel the need to cut the stream to make dinner, basically. No! That's not what I wanted. Fucking pressure plates. And I guess that's the thing about this game, too. Like, I enjoy the game so far. But I don't think it's giving me quite the same feeling as AM2R and Fusion did, where I was just like... I kind of couldn't put it down, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to see what's next. Like, I'm curious to see what's next. But I guess the game hasn't quite, like, blown me away with how it's presenting new content and situations to where I'm like, man, that was sick. I can't wait to see what the next sick thing is going to be. Okay, I just want to, like, practice this. So basically... Okay. Okay, so if I press up, I unmorph. Can I, like, hold? No. If I hold up. That works, okay. 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 Can I maybe not jump that high off? I can't try it again, I have too little health. Clearly, I'm, like, meant to come back here. So I guess we'll... I mean, if I had full health, well, I guess... We'll save here, but I guess we don't get health back. Oh yeah, her calves definitely look... Like, the armor looks different, for sure. I wonder if the gravity suit or whatever is next is gonna be even more, like, armor-plated.
There is another sector.
Biological Research Laboratory.
Find the next generator and
See,
deactivate it.
That I would not have guessed that. I don't feel like that's been communicated.
You are slowly recovering.
You know, maybe I'm just being
I
a
have still not
big
established
Dumbo,
what
but
happened to you physically. Don't let your guard down.
yeah, survive. Yes. Okay. Thank you for telling me I'm supposed to not die. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't. You know, we had like the weird industrial, like, oh yeah, everything runs on lava on this planet, so here's the hub for the like lava logistics center and the distribution. Like, yeah, okay, sure. Like, oh yeah, here's the research lab where it's caves with lava. Okay. I mean, if you say so. I mean, we had a train station, I guess. And over here, it's more techy. Looked like a generic space station, and then we go to generic caves. Like, again, I don't think this looks like, for an area that's meant to look like this, the graphics are fine. It's not at all my complaint. Just from a, like, art direction, like, design kind of standpoint. I could probably just do that, shouldn't I? Well, there's another Emmy area. It's up here. Oh. These are very liberally placed, I feel like. I don't know. I mean, maybe we're just reaching the point where the game is starting to be more challenging, because this is like my first, like, after dying to Kraid and doing the lava jumping, like, 5 hours in, 4 hours in, however, like, I'm, like, starting to look at my health bar and be like, oh shit, maybe I should pay attention to that. Like, I don't know. We shouldn't be really anywhere near here, but I guess they travel quickly enough. Whoa, 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 whoa. That made a noise. Like, what's this? Yep, they're pretty fast. Oh, boy. Oh, perfect. Oh, boy. So if they're in like chase mode, oh boy, fucking hell. That was supposed to be a, that was not supposed to be a wall jump. I was meant to climb over the ledge, but I mean, I kind of fucked up earlier than that. What was I saying? I don't know. Oh yeah, we got a little lore dump, but yeah, I guess the subject of Kraid just didn't come up. That's an easier way to deal with those things. Oh, that works too. Whoa, hello. I don't know where I'm going. I guess I found another exit door, but we were just discovered, so I couldn't actually use it. Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily that the, I'm not complaining necessarily to say like, oh man, they're just being too, like, they're just giving this shit away as a critique or anything. It's just, it was interesting playing Fusion, how the health regeneration rooms were like actually crucial, and they were placed in a way that felt consistent and meaningful and made sense. Where it just kind of reminded me how almost superfluous they felt in Super Metroid. And I mean, here so far, they have kind of been similarly, like, we just kind of most of them I've been at full health when I got to them, but maybe that won't be the case moving forward. All right, Sampler Info, thank you very much for hanging out. And yeah, we'll be talking more about this, I'm sure. Okay, this looks like something, but like, I don't know. Weird to me how this areas are so kind of nondescript in so many ways. It's a map room, I think, yeah. I really like the way this looks. This is so cool. I think the, like, it's really interesting because we had, like, dark areas in AM2R, and I think to somewhat of a degree in Fusion. And I don't like darkness, and I think it tends to be... When it's, like, used as a mechanic, it tends to be very frustrating and not fun. Here, obviously, it's cool because they illustrate the lack of power, and it's all dark, but between the glowing lights on Samus and you have this detail, and the surfaces, like the walls and floors, are lit just enough. The doors are highlighted, like it works. I think it works really well for selling the effect while not making it a frustrating experience trying to navigate the area. Invoking the wreck ship. I mean, this is the second area like this, I think. I mean, that's a reasonable comment. Honestly, I didn't really think about it, but I think that's a different, I don't know. Maybe because that has such a weird haunted vibe and the pacing of it is a little bit slower, everything here feels a little bit more like perfunctory, I guess. Okay, that is fascinating. We turned on the power, and now that's a cold area. Is the Vario suit protecting us from cold or not? I'm gonna guess no. Yeah. So that means we're probably gonna get some kind of an ice suit, maybe instead of a gravity suit, or I mean, it's not necessarily mutually exclusive, but maybe there's yet hope for another cool blue suit. Yeah, but we'll get to that. R-beam door. Oh, let's do this to get 8 energy. That's worth to wait for this. Oh, right. I was like, why couldn't I get past here before? But yeah, there was a missile thing. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like... Oh, okay. I was not expecting that. Bombs, finally, huh? Nice. Like, it's kind of a little strange in a way where you have, like, these... The maps are really big, but you move really fast. You have, in some ways, like, certain things that are reminiscent of Fusion, certain things that's reminiscent of Metroid 2 with the... with the kind of hit list, and you're, like, taking them out, but... Something about the... Oh, so that's the bomb, okay. It's hard to put my finger on it, but... Oh, okay, that makes sense now. I feel like there's elements... I mean, it's its own thing, sure. But there's also kind of elements of some other Metroid games, and it's like not necessarily executing as well on those elements as those other games did. Oh, I should probably hit him in the back, shouldn't I? Probably a melee flash on that thing too. I could just do that. Well, I guess with the bombs, we probably have a shit ton of new things we can explore. I wonder if this is power bombs. Kind of looks like it, maybe, right? It's orangey color. Power bombs are usually yellow, so I guess bomb blocks are pink. Oh yeah, well, yes. It even says so. Oh yeah, this is like from the other direction. Later. Okay. Well, if you could highlight a thing, yeah, that'd be interesting actually. Yeah, yeah. Like if you had like a highlight icons. I guess you can do that. Maybe not for. Yep. No, you can actually do exactly that. That is cool. The ball dynamo. Morph ball launcher. That is interesting. That is so we can see that whatever this is, there's two of these. Yeah, that's a cool feature. That's a cool feature. Thanks for inventing it, Lumisar. I appreciate it. Let's do some Kid Icarus looking things, which I appreciate. It's like the Stranger Paradise, right? We were fighting like Final Fantasy 1 monsters, and they're the coolest thing about the game. And then everything that's like new and cool and modern, it's like whatever. So I guess I put a bomb in here? Yeah, okay. Is this meant to be what's his name? Crabman? Or is it? I guess it doesn't look like him. It's got eyeballs and it's red and it's got claws. What is he called? The skeleton crab that you push into the lava? It's not a crab, really. It's just red. Crocomire. Yeah. I guess it's like one of the one of the few bosses in Super Metroid that actually does not look like seafood. I don't know why I think of shellfish. Was that the first thing? I don't know. That had like a long tail or something. Maybe I'm just like, man, I want the cool. Like, I don't want to be one of those like, oh man, I want this band to just play their hits or whatever. I want there to be new stuff, but like seeing as how Kraid was pretty cool and how that first boss was not that interesting, I'm like, you know what? I'd like to see Crocomire again. Oh, let's see what's here first. Well, what do you know? Kind of interesting. Very nice touch. I didn't think of it, but like when I'm stopping on the plate, I can stand kind of wherever, right? I don't have to stand exactly in this position. And I stopped like pretty far to the left, but if I stand pretty far to the right here, look at how she's like stepping into position. Like there's no sliding around or anything. She's like perfectly stepping into position based on where she was standing to like stand perfectly in the center. So if I'm standing over here but facing this way, she's like stepping in. I mean, it's not a super complicated thing to do per se, but it's like it's looking very polished. Like it's a really nice touch. Both hope there is and isn't. Like, yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like it's always fucking Ridley. That's all it comes down to. And like you're appreciative of when they have the. You know, it's like there's a Batman thing and like, oh, finally a fucking Batman thing without the Joker, and then it turns out like, you know, actually the thing that isn't the Joker, just kidding, it's the Joker, and you're just like, oh, like, yeah, with Ridley in particular, it can be a little bit like that. But I'm not sure Crocomire ever came back like in the Prime games and stuff. Maybe he did, I don't know. I like that these areas, like, by necessity for having to give you a little bit of room to deal with, Emmy. they're kind of like you can kind of navigate around them in different ways. See, this looks neat, but it's also like, hey, we're just in fake Meridia now. Although this looks way cooler than Meridia. I don't know, the way this game kind of handles the different areas feels very arbitrary and kind of... It doesn't help with the already big problem of the map being big and sprawling and kind of weirdly difficult to get a sense of how things, what's where, and like, especially when you're when you're fast traveling between, so you don't even have, you can travel from one area to another without like physically traversing that space, like in that direction. Like, you know, when you go from Brinstar to Norfair, you might have two different elevators, but you're always taking the elevator down from Brinstar into Norfair. Like, there's a spatial relationship between those two areas that remains consistent. And as you go deeper into the planet, like, you go from the, you know, I was gonna say lush environments, but that's Criteria, I guess. There's Brinstar is still like underground, but it's like caves, and then you get like more lava stuff and whatever. But it's not all, like there's a little bit of industrial stuff happening too. And some weird like old ruins and temple looking stuff. Like there's a sense of, not maybe a sense that it's a real place, that's a bit of a stretch maybe, but there's some kind of identity to it. But here, like, you have this huge areas that all contain caves and lava and laboratories, and now we got ocean bits, and there's like no sense of a physical, like, honestly I think even seeing that elevator section like in 2D, you travel, you get to see like a few screens of like just void or like cliff texture or whatever, or not cliffs but like a rock texture, to ground yourself in kind of some kind of spatial relationship. And here it's a little more abstract with these different types of elevators and how it's even shown on the map. And like each of these is like fucking half the Super Metroid map. I don't know, I feel like there's no way, like I can remember Criteria, Brinstar, Norfair, Meridia, and the Ghost Ship easy enough. And Torian, it's even more of its own thing. But like, how would I... Not only can I not identify these areas by any characteristics or visual signifiers, they also feel the same. Like, I feel like the areas in Fusion and in AM2R, for example, they had a very different, like, some areas are much more cramped with much more, like, tons of small rooms. Others have more hallways. Others are more open. But here, like, every type of room and every type of section is, like, present in every area. And I mean, I guess it's fair that the Emmy sectors are a little bit like that. And I can, you know, I can concede that, okay, it's probably a good idea to have them feel and look very similar so that you know that you're in one of those areas. Sure, you have the film grain filter, but yeah, let's tie the level design into that too and make sure that these areas look and function similarly. But that doesn't really excuse or explain to me why everything around it has so little personality, or it's not even that, it's more like there's no distinction between them. Yeah, the premise of get to the surface feels lost. I kind of agree. Like, it doesn't... At some point, like, you find an elevator, it's like, yes, that's progress, we're moving up. But then you start going on monorails left and right, and then you just start teleporting. Yeah, so definitely your kind of objective and sort of how you... Your macro and micro objectives, in a way, feel a little bit... not super kind of clear. So I figured we should probably travel here, because there is an Emmy area here, right? But probably we're going to need an ability that we're going to get in this other area to clear out this. That seems to kind of be how it's been going. Urania. Sure. There's like a pink color there. Does that mean, like... Is that area pink? Like, I don't mean physically, but... I guess that each area has a color on the map. Like, I thought AM2R in particular was really cool in that, like, you don't necessarily... Are we still underground? I guess so. It's just an underground ocean with rain. I mean, this looks cool as hell. But yeah, it feels a bit weird that we're ostensibly trying to get to the planet's surface. Well, I guess we're getting to where the ship is. Not, you know. Might be up in the mountains. Fuck do I know. Oh, shit. See, if we have the ocean area and now we're some underwater lab, aquarium kind of thing, that's cool. But let's see if it, if it stays that way. Lord Hippolito with the raid. Thank you very much, sir. And welcome, Raiders. We're playing Metroid Dread. Game I have been... Well, I haven't exactly been waiting for it actively for 19 years, but... Dude, shit, I just realized. I was about to say, this is Metroid 5, and Metroid 4 came out 19 years ago. I just realized the game never says Metroid 5 in the intro. They had like one job, and that is for the intro to be sick and show the title Metroid 5 and then say Metroid Dread, and then they didn't do that. They did that in the trailer, but not in the game. But it's pretty okay otherwise. Aside from that one fatal slip-up, it seems to be a pretty decent game. How are you doing, Hippo? What have you been playing? Of course, underwater stuff is a struggle, but that's natural. We should hopefully get some kind of a gravity suit type deal, which will help us. Myst 3. Having a good time with it so far? I've never played that one. I only played the first Myst, and even then... I mean, I played it when it came out. My dad was super addicted to Myst. It was a little bit much for me, but I always enjoyed the atmosphere. I mean, it was kind of a... Kind of set the template for a lot of games, for sure, in terms of both mechanics and presentation, but also kind of mystique and atmosphere. I certainly have a lot of Myst clone type games, even if they have very different settings and styles. A bit easier than the original Myst. I can see that. They probably made those games a little more approachable with the sequels. I mean, that's... I feel like by the mid to late 90s, adventure games, I guess, were either extremely convoluted and complicated and weird, or made great efforts not to be that way. Data room? What was it called? Network? Something or other?
Uploading data.
The lower levels of Urania are mostly submerged.
Yep.
Abilities
Okay.
such as the grapple beam or space jump will help you.
Spoilers. Alright, okay. I wonder how the space jump works in this game. Maybe... Is this going to be the first Metroid with a space jump that doesn't feel like shit? Yeah, this area so far, like, it's funny because the water stuff is like always the worst to deal with, but like this is so far we've been through what, like 4 rooms, and so far this area at least feels thematically consistent, which is kind of a first for this game. So I guess like the ocean stuff we saw at the very like last room before the train here.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
A little bit of a hint. Mocham with the 10 months of Unspeakable Horror. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. Health. Okay. Yeah, like all of a sudden we have like thematically consistent stuff going on. It's cool. Even these monsters feel kind of Metroid-y. For those of you just joining, like, maybe I sound like I'm complaining a lot. This is a cool game, but I do think it's... I've recently, before we played this, as you may be able to tell from my stream layout here, I've been kind of celebrating the anniversary of Metroid by playing a bunch of Metroid games, or at least a handful. Is that an explodey thing? Oh yeah, looks like it. Oh, okay, this is going to be a thing we can interact with somehow. Like, I've played most of the games before, the 2D games at least, to a degree, but some of the games we played either for the first time or for the first time in a long time. And I kind of came away from that experience with a newfound appreciation for Metroid Fusion in particular, and AM2R, the fan-made remake of Metroid 2, which I had never played before, ended up being a very, very cool game that I really liked. Can I blow that thing up? Yeah. Well, this is a bit tricky. Or not. So, I find myself having played... Well, I guess it's just, you know... Metroid is a series with quite the pedigree. So, this game has a lot to live up to. Movements seem a little fast compared to the fluidity of Super and Zero Mission. The movement, I would say, is maybe my favorite part of this game. Samus feels very nice to control, and I think there's definitely something to be said for the speed. It feels good, but the map feels really huge, and I feel like that's partially to kind of fit with Samus's movement speed. Oh, okay. Maybe my least favorite thing so far is like, it is kind of sprawling, and it's... I wonder if I can morph ball jump over that. That helps. Oh. Oh, you don't really move very fast as the morph ball, though, do you? Oh, okay. Huh. Okay, well, that's not gonna work. Maybe you can, like, shine spark through there or something. Or maybe you just get the fucking gravity suit and jump through. Could work. I don't think... Well, try sliding. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. What? It's a good idea to be thorough and not make assumptions. So that was a good idea. I appreciate that. I had thought about it before you said it. I just decided against it, but... But yeah, like, the map is like, gargantuan, and... each area is, like, not particularly distinct. Like, as I said, like, this is the first area that has felt, at least off the bat, like, this is the water area. The other ones... Like, we've had caves, we've had lava, we've had kind of science fiction, space station, tech stuff. And the other three areas we've been in have had, like, all three of those things. Well, not in equal measure, perhaps, but, like, not in the sense that any one of them was, like, the theme of that area. And I think I was about to mention when we got the raid that in AM2R, there's like that game doesn't quite have regions that are as strictly defined. You don't like take an elevator to a new section and you get a title card with the name of that section. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have areas like with different, like distinct areas that look and feel different. It very much does. But because you don't like travel via elevator or monorail from one distinct region to another, they sort of blend together. There's a little bit of a smoother, kind of seamless-ish transition. There's like a lot of effort I feel being put into making sure they fit together in kind of a natural way. But here, like, every area feels so divorced from everything around it, with the exception of this place so far. That, like, it's kind of... It's hard to get that overall sense of geography and how everything's... like, how everything fits together and all that. Go through there, but... okay. I like this stuff, like, you blow these things up and it creates, like, these kind of permanent openings. Kind of Dark Souls style shortcuts. Okay, that looks like a... Oh, that's a green teleporter. It's like a green bear... Oh, I can just do that. Okay. Yeah, whatever the green thing... Oh, I guess that's probably a super missile? We don't have that yet, but we need that to get through that doorway. Well, let's see what we can find here. I guess those are grapple beam things, probably. Could it be that we are meant to go back and go to the Emmy area and get the... Okay, well, here's... Okay. If we can come back up there, which I don't know if we can, actually. Oh yeah, we can probably if we just go this way. But yeah, like the sort of handling of Samus, and that was actually one thing I was quite concerned about, because the game uses, you know, you use the analog stick to move around. And I never like using analog stick for movement in 2D games. But it works well enough. Alright, not getting through there. But, like, jumping feels great. You're, like, incredibly nimble. And, like, when you're fighting bosses or have to, like, dodge stuff, like, that feels really smooth and easy to do. Oh, okay. Alright. I don't know what the difference is between the cubes and the spheres and the Emmys, but we'll get stuff. Grapple beam, probably. It went into our hand. Lash shift. Okay, never mind. That's new. A lot of new abilities, which is cool. I appreciate that. Yawn. Okay. Hold A. Okay, yeah. The A button hasn't really been doing anything. Fucking air dashes. Additional flash. Oh, okay. So you can do, like, you can chain them. Okay, that's interesting. Ah, okay. So you can. Oh, it's already locked now, but yeah. Pretty cool. This reminds me a lot of the Strider reboot, where you had some kind of a dash ability. Apparently the Eon abilities were in Samus Returns. I guess I wouldn't know. I never played that game. I haven't really ever seen it. But I want to say, is that something that was maybe in the Prime games also? I know there's, like, stuff. I want to see, because I figured I can go here now. That's a barrier I can't get through. So maybe I shouldn't bother. That's cool, though. We have abilities that will get us past pressure plates. Yeah, okay, so that's a thing. Okay, yeah, no need to bother with that. That's not going to help us. Okay, I'm digging that, because that's, like, obviously a powerful navigational tool, but it might also be quite useful, if not completely crucial in combat. It's a much more fun and interesting use of the Eon meter compared to... Yeah, I can't stop looking at Samus's turning around animations in the save room. Because it's like, depending on where she's standing on the pressure plate, she plays like different animations to like perfectly put her in the center. It looks like you would never think about it unless you've done video game animation, maybe. And you realize the work that goes into something like that. It's not, again, like super like crazy thing to do in terms of sheer amount of work, but it's relative to how necessary it is. It's like it's effort being put in that really didn't have to be put in, and it makes it look really nice and slick. Yeah, it appears I can dash like that. Maybe it's only 3 times? Yeah, it seems like it. But also, I guess I just get the meter back fucking instantly, because when I use this... See, the meter, like, charges back up. Oh, right. Start taking... Haha, see, like... Oh, whoa, okay. But the fact that you need the full meter to use the ability... means you... Like, it's a nice, clever... Like, you never feel like you're too limited to use it, but... Okay, I'm just practicing. I have to, like, tap the stick again, I think. Seeing games with much larger budgets, they have worse animation and attention to detail. Yeah. I mean... I am geeking out about it because I think it's really cool that they did it. It's awesome. It's one of those like like one could argue, or at the very least one could see how the bean counters might argue that it's not worth the money and effort, but it's like, even if you never notice it or think about it from a technical standpoint and what it takes to incorporate it, you can still appreciate that you would, like, even if you don't consciously appreciate it, you never have to worry about seeing Samus slide around in some awkward way or whatever. It looks cool. Tomicron, what's up, dude? Been enjoying some arcade games. I saw you were posting on Discord. That looks pretty sick. Dread is a little bit of a mixed bag. I'm certainly enjoying it so far. I'm not enjoying it. Nice, full energy tank. And we get a full health refill. But it's as expected, I guess. I would have wanted it to blow me away in every way, which hasn't exactly. I like it more than I don't like it, but there are bits and pieces that I feel are misses the mark a little bit, or at least after how super impressed I've been with AM2R and Fusion, which were kind of... Even though I've beaten Fusion in the past, it was almost 20 years ago. So the two of those are kind of represent, like, the games I essentially had, like, sort of the blind playthrough experience with. And compared to those two, I think this isn't quite blowing me away in the same way, or possibly in the same amount, but at the same time, it's doing a lot of other novel and interesting things that I was not necessarily expecting it to. Yeah, Raccoon. It said in the beginning that you recharge it by like doing stuff, but it is interesting to, like, when I spend the dash, like, it's not the inherent properties of the meter. It's like depending on what I use to spend the meter. Like when I use the invisibility, it doesn't recharge at all when I'm standing still, but when I'm doing stuff, when I'm moving around, and like that kind of makes sense because it has to do with how you're, like, how the use of that ability is meant to be limited. But I'm glad the dash, like, it's just a slight cooldown, so you can use it a lot, so you can get around pretty quick. Oh, wow. I was gonna say he doesn't even have anything new to say, does he? Which is fine by me. The computer dialogue stuff is by far the thing I hate the most. That's actually the thing I don't like about the game. So it has very similar to Fusion, the kind of Atom conversations. But they have voiceover, and his like computerized voice is incredibly grating, and you cannot turn it off. Oh, that doesn't work. Good to know. Yeah, only horizontal dashing as far as I can tell. Oh, there's a glowy blue thing. Interesting. Okay. Well, we have a new ability, which I'm sure is going to help us get through to get the... Emmy. Wait, where am I even going? Well, okay, I guess this is the correct. Oh, I guess you can't use it underwater. You can't wall jump either. Oh, I can't get up there. Down here? Can I dislodge these with a diffusion shot or something? We're on a planet called ZDR. So the game starts with like actually aesthetically very nice looking recap, mostly of Fusion. You get like 2 screens of text kind of explaining Samus hunting Metroids and then the X parasite. And then we get a kind of 2-screen synopsis of Fusion about and how that basically ended with the destruction of SR-388 and the presumed extermination of Metroids as well as the X-Parasite. Did we find a fast travel thing? Not that we could get to. Because apparently we cannot get back out of here just yet. Because I can't get up here. But there was some kind of a, not a distress signal, I guess, but like a video. Someone posted a TikTok with an X-Parasite in it. Kind of, I guess, goading the Federation into... Oh, that's so cool, by the way. I've exposed this, and now this is on the map. So I can know that that's so convenient. Okay. And because Samus has the X immunity, like, well, I guess this is a job for Samus. Samus goes to this planet, and immediately upon landing, I guess, it's like it was kind of a confusing cutscene where the timeline and like chronology of what happened was a little bit unclear. But basically, we had a little bit of a tussle with a Chozo, I guess. And we were like knocked unconscious, and we found ourselves in Artaria. And you can see at the top of the map is our ship. So our mission is to get back to the ship. And throughout these different regions are these Emmy robots, which I guess were like research, like, you know, Mars rover type things. That are like armor plated and super powerful in order to withstand different planets and monsters and shit. And they were designed to like find things and like extract DNA from species or whatever. But for some reason or another, we don't know why, the Emmys that are deployed here, they see us as a threat. So we have this kind of a sub mission, secondary objective of sorts to get rid of those. And in each of the areas, I guess, well, this is, you know, it's not a good example, but this gray area, and this is probably just all tied together. This is like an Emmy area, so the Emmy is guarding this area. But if we find the central unit, we can destroy it and absorb some kind of energy that will give us the Omega Beam, which can destroy the Emmy. And once we've done that, we will lose the Omega Beam, and you have to kind of repeat that process. And when you do, oops, the gray area turns into a green area, which means it's safe from the Emmy presence, so you can kind of explore it more freely. Yeah, we've had our DNA extracted a number of times. You basically die instantly if you get caught by it. But yeah, like the controls and everything and how the game plays, I think is feeling pretty damn good, and that makes me like it feels it's fun to move around, and it's decently fun to do combat and everything. You know, I heard a lot of people have different opinions, mostly perhaps negative, and anyone who had like an articulated opinion on the melee counter thing seemed to not be too hot on it in Samus Returns. But I think it's mostly fine. Like, it doesn't really... You don't spend that much, like, energy not fighting stuff or whatever. Like, you use it for certain things, and it helps you kind of just skip through certain things faster. Like, some enemies, like, are super tanky, but you can just counter them once, and doing that is usually not really more time and effort than just shooting them. Like, so it's not... I haven't really been bothered by it. Like, whether it's a meaningful addition is maybe up for debate, but I don't think its presence ruins the experience in any way. In the water there. I guess it looked like there was just one of those things, but if it looks this open-ended on the map, I guess it's fair to say that I might not have explored it as thoroughly. Because the thing is, yeah, I won't be able to get through here. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think there's... And the flash, spark, dash, whatever, flash shift is not going to help me down there anyway. Oh, actually, let me try a thing. Can't use it in ball form, I guess. That would be something they could certainly do to, like... Yeah, it just flashes red. You can't use it. Like, forcing you to shift in ball form. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, but... Good call on making sure. So, we don't know what this is. We appear to be unable to... Yeah, so clearly we're meant to get this ability in order to be able to get back here. This is a speed booster block, I think. Looks like it. So, where can we go? Oh, hang on. Wait, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, I must have gotten these doors confused. Well, that's obvious. Okay. I must have thought this other pressure plate thing was just the same one. Feels really fucking good. Oh, fuck that up. Okay, I can actually counter underwater at least. See, they even make the underwater stuff, like, Samus moves so fast normally, but like her underwater speed doesn't even feel that sluggish. I mean, you're extremely limited compared to your normal movement, but like you don't even like the regular jumping is like very snappy and fast. Not at all. Like Super Metroid has like super floaty jumps, right? So it's really navigation. It's not necessarily the running that's the worst. So. Oh yeah, this is a cool thing too. I guess we'll maybe see an example of this. Yeah, see? Like the water dynamics changing. Maybe if I was super fast, I could have gotten up there. Now we have to wait for the gravity suit. That's fine. It's a bomb block. That's kind of weird, like, I feel like... Some of those icons I like don't really recognize. Ah, okay, yeah, those floaty things. Okay, okay, yeah. I don't know. See, like, there are things I think this game doesn't quite, you know, nail. But it's a fucking Metroid game where the water sections aren't completely miserable. And there's, I mean, that's pretty impressive, I feel. And now we go to a different area, okay. This one is also kind of pinkish. Is that a fucking Stargate? Well, so far, whenever we've found one of these, it's pretty much been... Yeah, okay, figures. That's pretty much been the right way to go. Definitely forgot that you could air dash in the middle of the fight. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it seems like an instantly, like... right away, it seems like an ability you could think of ways to use for both traversal, like avoiding specific things, just getting around faster, but also in combat. It depends, like, you really need a lot of room, though, I guess. And even the most recent boss fight didn't leave us that much room to move as you might expect. Yeah, see, so we're in a different section now, but it's like, it looks exact same, basically. It's probably not really worth exploring too much here before we have some kind of gravity type situation. Well, I guess we just kind of know that we're gonna get the gravity suit, I guess. So can't quite get up to wall jump. Fine. But yeah, you have a more fall button, which is always so nice. Okay, so those doors, those lead into an ME section. Oh, and that's, oh boy, ooh. Well, I guess it moves slower underwater too. That makes sense. I should not have done that. Fuck. Wait, what's the... I need a fucking speed booster. Ah! Fuck. Almost. I forgot we need to... See, that's the thing. Like, the charge things, I don't know. I guess it's just whenever you're in an ME zone, it's always charged. But I feel like you don't quite see it. But, like, I wouldn't have had time. But yeah, these sections are, like... They're not really about stealth. Please, go away. I'm losing health rapidly, because that's how this works. Immediately making noise. See, like, you can really slip by. Okay, well, they're faster than us. Technically, you're... Hypothetically, I guess you can counter that, but I guess it's designed to be nearly impossible. So the first time that happens, you're like shown a tutorial that kind of explains that you can counter Emmy's attack, but it also says pretty explicitly, like, this is really, really hard to do, and you will not be able to do it for the most part. So there was a charge door. So like the doors that lead out of the ME area, if you're in alert mode, they're gonna be closed with like shutters. So you can only leave like if you're not in like hostile encounter mode. But as long as you can kind of move out of the way, you can get to that point soon enough. Oh, okay. So this is the central unit. So this is a perfect example. Like the way you can move around and like jump to dodge these things. Like your ability to dodge these things is like, it feels crazy compared to all these other games. Like you're so mobile and it feels really satisfying. But it's almost like a little weird. Oh wow, I didn't even realize I can miss all the donuts and get stuff. Okay, so now we download the proton cannon. Aiming's a little tricky, but not as bad as I would have thought. Like, you can rapid fire your normal beam very fast, and even missiles you can shoot pretty quickly, and you usually have so many of them. But I don't know, I haven't really felt that it's a problem. Oh yeah, so now we gotta do this. Melt that thing. And then we can charge the Omega Beam. And that's exactly what we're gonna do to Emmy. Whoa! Whoa. I actually did it. Who would have thought? Okay, that's not. Holy shit, it's fast. Okay, I feel like they were... I don't understand why it's so fast. But yeah, we're starting from here, and the door's already open, so... Like, once you hit it, it starts slowing down, but... Oh, that doesn't really work, does it? So it slows down when I hit it, but it's super fast otherwise. But the weird thing is, like, after I did the dash, like the camera didn't really do this thing properly. Yeah, it's too close. So basically, you can press X to do that arm swipe, and if you time it exactly to the arbitrary timing of when they happen to attack, you will counter it. But the thing is, like, when you press the button, your attack doesn't come out instantly by any stretch. Okay, so, fucking hell. Got it. Yeah, I wasn't sure how we should get an ability from this. I wasn't sure if, oh, yellow, I wonder, I was gonna say, I wonder if it's color-coded, but I don't think we got a green ability from the green Emmy. speed booster. There we go. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the heat buildup like carried over, so you have to kind of find an opportunity to land sort of enough hits in one go. Oh, I have to click the stick to ready the speed booster. Huh. Oh, tilting the stick to charge the speed booster seems sounds like a bad time. Was beach activated before tilting? Oh boy, I hope we could. Oh my god, can you imagine like a fully omnidirectional shine spark? That sounds like a nightmare. There we go. So the cannon is depleted, and now this is green, and we don't have to worry about film grain or anything like that. A mechanical hint for shine sparks? Sure. Lay it on me. It's gonna reduce my shine spark misery. Okay, so you start flashing blue if you click the button. Alright, let's see here. So these are now identified as speed booster block. Okay. You can wall jump while speed boosting and not lose momentum. That is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense with how the wall jump works in this game. You completely maintain momentum, like physically, so to speak. It would not be a problem for the game to just say that, you know, nah, it doesn't count, but that's a good thing to know. Alright, so let's go to the top left and just see if something happens to be here. Like, these areas, I guess, are like... I mean, they have to be designed in such a way to allow for, you know, an ME encounter and all that comes with that. It's kind of interesting that... Huh. Oh, I like that animation of her, like, sticking to the ceiling. I like that you don't actually have to, like... you don't have to run very far to charge it up. Alright, I just wanted to see if I could do that. I don't think that... I mean, I guess that's probably how I get out of here, actually, if I wanted to go this direction. But clearly I can open up something here, so let's do that. I probably started a little late. Yeah, even when you... Yeah, when you click the button, jets start coming up. Oh, wait, hang on. Do these stay broken then? Surely. Nice. Ooh, we're almost at the full energy tank. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just trying to get a sense for, like... Oh, I didn't activate it. Yeah, again, trying to kind of get to grips with different types of jumps and how to activate it. Like, it seems... I don't know. I wasn't sure if I can go out of a... Well, I guess I should try that, actually. Let me try it. Yeah, that just gave me 30 missiles, right? Just like that. Actually... this just happens to be a reasonably spacious area that I can try some speed booster things. Yeah, the sound and animation, like, yeah, it's satisfying. It's nicely done. I like it. I'm trying to determine if I maintain momentum, because in the other games, usually you lose it instantly if you... not if you jump necessarily, but... Yeah, see, I kept it. So the thing I wanted to check there was if I could, if I could do a somersault and then in mid-somersault initiate a Shine Spark. And I don't know if you can. I couldn't figure out how to... Because if you do a somersault, that's fine. But if you do a neutral jump, she just goes into this pre-Shine Spark pose. And during that pose, you can see her kind of tilt a little bit as you change the direction. But once you store it, it seems like you keep it for quite a while. Which I guess was the case in Fusion as well, but... Okay. So I guess I could... Here. The question is... Can you, like... Do that? Oh, okay. I just figured out something else we need to test here. Yep. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's how that works. Ah, see, those enemies are gonna respawn. So even if I get in here and like store it over here, killing this enemy. Well, I guess I can. Okay. So I jump through him and kill him with the speed boost, probably, and then I can wall jump up here and maintain momentum, I guess, and then store it. Let's give it a shot. You can refill our health here if need be. Okay, whoa, I didn't expect... I thought we lost it when we bumped into the staircase there. I didn't think we'd actually maintain the speed boost, but it worked out. That was pretty cool, yeah. I like the visual, like, kind of representation of the power and everything, the purple shit, like when you... or the pink, rather. We do it. It's pretty cool. God damn it! Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Now, welcome to all the Shine Spark City. Fucking population. My sorry ass. I mean, I still don't know what these green things are. They're gonna be something, presumably, because there's a thing here, which I'm sure you're gonna say question mark. Yeah. I think it's safe to say that we're going to be coming back here, at which point, you know, maybe we can speed boost through here, store it, and then... I wonder if you can, like, jump from here, and then, like, I still don't know exactly, I guess, if you can Shine Spark at, like, a very slight angle. Spend 30 minutes in this room. Yeah. Okay, so is this... Yeah, okay, it's the same Emmy area. But yeah, according to this, we've defeated more than half. I mean, I guess we've been playing for like... Well, I've been streaming for 6 hours, so that's probably like 4 hours in-game time, maybe? Makes sense that we would be halfway-ish through. Or it shouldn't be shocking, at least. Because I was thinking, like, man, we keep going through these so quickly, but not really. Of course. So let's try. No, okay. That's good. I just wanted to see if I could, like, do it at a slight angle, but I'm very grateful that that's not how it works. So I guess this is, like, the first place they actually expect you to Shine Spark? So, you know, get the cool dramatic camera angle and everything. Well, there doesn't seem to be a lot of items hidden in these areas. I always kind of expect and figure, like, alright, well, once we take care of Emmy, there's going to be a lot of exploration and secrets and shit, but... that doesn't really seem to have been the case. Ah. Well, there was something over there. Hang on. Let's see what's on that wall. Yep, I kind of figured.
Superb.
Nice. Good timing there. Eagle 5001. Thank you for the follow. That. Oh, I was gonna say I don't know what that's for, but I guess technically you could be chased by Emmy over here, so it's nice to get past them using that. Something is hidden over here. Well, it could be in that. Did I check this thing? So the flashing area of the map means that there's something hidden. It's the equivalent of like the dots on the map in the old games. I guess I'm, I mean, I wasn't disliking the game, but I feel like I'm, as we're getting more abilities, like it's, I guess, more fun to move around and, whoa. And do stuff like the... I mean, it always felt good from the very beginning, but it is becoming more fun, I guess. I still have certain misgivings about how it sort of lives up to its legacy in some ways, I guess. I feel like there's no real way around the areas being so far at least, so nondescript and so similar. They have a variety, but they have the same variety of the same different things, so it ends up being kind of samey. And just the world itself, like the individual rooms and puzzles and whatever, they're unremarkable for the most part, but fine. Nothing has been like stood out as particularly tedious or poorly designed, but like the world as a whole, it feels very, I don't know. It's both large and sprawling, and you can kind of get through things quickly because you move fast, but at the same time, it feels very... Like, every single room is kind of like this, right? Like, it's very... It's, you know, it's folding in on itself everywhere. There's, like, very few simple hallways. And like... There's no... There's very little variety in how different rooms or areas feel. There's not a lot of, like... kind of... What word would I even use to describe it? Texture? I don't know, like... I mean, pacing in a sense, like, traversing different areas does not really feel different in terms of how quickly or smoothly or easily you can get through them. You don't have, like, some areas where you, like... You know, it's like, you have certain rooms in some of those other games where you have, like, single tile platforms. And you can sometimes just kind of skip across them, and if you land those jumps, it just feels super satisfying. Like Super Metroid and Zero Mission and Fusion has, you know, every now and then there's a room that's kind of like that. I feel even the concept of like any individual room being memorable in this game seems like almost preposterous at this point, which, you know, to be fair, of course, is my first time playing. Many of the rooms I have not been through more than once, so I wouldn't really remember them in any game, in other games either, necessarily. But also there's so many of them, because the map is so big. But that's a quality that I think is like very much present in the other games, to varying degrees, and not every single room is memorable, but like it helps when you have very distinct areas, and within each area, or like sector, or whatever, you have like, oh yeah, it's this room, I remember how this room connects, you know, whether it's the shape of the room, the size of the room, the obstacles, the enemies, or some little set piece or something, but I don't really feel... There's like... I don't know if quantity over quality is the right word exactly, but there's something like... I think the sheer quantity of or like the scale of the space makes it harder for any one part of it to stand out and be kind of memorable. Pitfall block, that's what they call them, huh? So I think the world is like the weaker part, I guess. Movement, combat, like I like Samus in this game a lot. I love the way she looks. I love the way she handles the little cinematic interstitials before and after certain encounters and stuff. Like, that's cool. The abilities look cool and feel good to use. Like I said, even the fucking underwater stuff is not bad, really. I mean, it's a little bit bad, but you know, you expect it to be atrocious. So by that standard, it's very like fine. Yeah, the lack of monologues, big step up. Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, the game starts off a little dialogue heavy, but it eases up on that pretty quickly. So like, there are absolutely a lot of things that they could have super fucked up and made like a complete, like, just could have been horrible. You know, based on Mercury Steam's track record, again, having never played Samus Returns, but based on Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, that game fucking sucks. And this is still a good game. It just has a like, I'm not the biggest fan of all of the Castlevania games, the Symphony of the Night likes or whatever, but they're all fine games, and Mirror of Fate falls well short of that. But I think the Metroid games has a much higher and consistent level of, if not quality, at least appeal to me personally. And even if, you know, after all is said and done, even if I were to come away from this saying, you know what, I don't like this as much as the other games, I could still see myself wanting to replay it for sure. Like, even Zero Mission, which is a game I came away from in my most recent playthrough saying, you know what, this is... I used to think of this as one of my kind of favorites, but that's not how I feel about it now. I still really would not mind replaying it. Like, it's still a pretty fun time. And I think this, for all its potential, like, shortcomings, this game doesn't, like, fail to live up to that standard, I don't think. So, it's, definitely decent, at the very least. I've seen, I guess, people say, like, oh, it's so fucking good. I don't know. Like, it's delivering. It's scratching the Metroid itch. I'll give it that much for sure. But it's probably not my favorite. You can read dialogue. It's neat. Speed booster block. Destroy. Okay, hang on. Guess I can get up. Oh, I guess I can. Oh. Oh yeah, I have that ability. I forgot. I meant to jump. Well, there we go. There's still also like one partial energy thing away from getting another one still, I think. Oh yeah, that's, I'm assuming this is a power bomb. Looks like a little football. But I think we need, it's the same icon on this block, so this is just to get more of that. Okay, so that's a speed booster block. I can't remember where else we've, I mean, I guess we got some of those here. Speed booster block, okay. Are they hinting that we should be going back to Kataris? I don't have anything better to do, so sure, why not? No voices, can review it at my leisure. Dude, I still cannot get over the fact that this, like, the first time I can think of where I want to have the option to disable voices and the game doesn't give me the option. I guess you can't... I'm trying to see if I could, like... Actually, let's try something. Should... Yeah, okay, that felt pretty good. Yeah, you can see the little icon up there. I like that those, the the exposed blocks stay exposed. There's different kind of flashes aren't super easy to distinguish between sometimes.
Superb.
Nice. Parallel, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, so you want the dash thing to get past these, okay. Double checking here. Oh yeah, wait, hang on. Oh, this is from, yeah, I'm gonna hit this from the left to go over here. So this is just happens to be visible because I was up here below it. Okay, yeah. That's kind of interesting too. Like, obviously in the way the map is built, it's kind of unusual to unveil something on the map or mark something on the map as like having been explored without having been in that specific physical space in the old games. Like, these would have been two rooms that probably were on top of each other. They probably would not have been on the same screen. So this equivalent room would not have been marked as explored just because you had been here in that game. But because in this game, you know, the screen's not really kind of locked in the same way, you end up uncovering stuff on the map without having been there in a slightly different way. Oh, shit. Well, I'm gonna have to... Whoa! Okay, I was expecting more of a line up there. Yeah, we have a lot of active... Well, I fucked up there, actually, but... Counter's, like, reasonably easy to use. Okay, well, I still need that thing. But yeah, it's a shame. Like, I think the visual presentation and style of the game overall, I'm quite fond of. I just wish the environments were more interesting. Yellow teleportal. We haven't... Okay, well, let's speed boost through here then. I feel like the pre-Shine Spark little timing window is also wider, so you have like an additional second basically to decide your direction or to kind of lock in your angle, which I appreciate. So much black in this game. You mean like in the empty void, or just like in the art in general? I mean, I think it first of all, I think it works okay, but I also think it's somewhat inevitable because... Oh, that's kind of tricky. Can I even... Okay. Because I think when you have like this kind of 3D, like the camera is not locked the same way, you kind of end up with more of it. But I also think it's fine, or I mean, arguably good, because playing the game, at least, I have not at all felt... I don't know, I feel like the gameplay relevant space, like I can see where the platforms are. There's not a bunch of busy noise outside of the area. I mean, I can see what you're saying about the sameness. I'm not sure I entirely agree, because I think... well, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree that there's more that can be done to differentiate the areas. And you could do something other than an empty void, but at the same time, I think the overall direction of having the kind of foreground, so to speak, be sort of solid looking, I think it would be a stretch to say that that decision is what is preventing them from... Because I feel like if you saw a bunch of rock or sci-fi panels or coral reef or whatever, I think you could potentially at least lose just as much in terms of readability. I don't know, to me, I just kind of... well, blackout for lack of a better term. I don't think of those areas like there. I notice more of what's there, I guess. So we saw this before. This doesn't seem like it would be enough space. Yeah. Less. Oh. Is that kind of a... So wait, okay. No, okay, so I lose the charge as soon as I jump. But if I have boosted and I am already in full boost mode, I can then jump and wall jump to maintain it. I guess that would make sense. Where was that? So these sloped things is that some kind of weird? That's fun. I was thinking, like, is there some recharge thing? Well, I guess that could be. No. Like, I think the thing is, like, we've seen areas that are visually distinct. I think the way the backgrounds look in, like, the ocean stuff, like even within, I don't know what the area is called. Verenia. You had the coral reef ocean stuff that kind of looked like a more exciting looking version of Meridia. You had like the aquarium type stuff and like watery science type thing. And that's the one area that it's like managed to feel distinct because it had those parts in it. But this kind of lab stuff is present in all the other ones. Like, I think this is distinctive enough for like to be a look. I don't think the black void is keeping this aesthetic from like being distinctive. But when you have the exact same look with including everything in other regions, like, yeah, a bit questionable. All right, so we came back here. We can actually go to this hop room now, but I don't think we really necessarily were intended to go here because there really doesn't seem... In fact, I guess we should look for where there's an Emmy, because they will give us an ability. Question is, should we go to the purple teleporter here? Oh, that's not a teleporter. Never mind. I guess I might have been intended to use the yellow... no, wait. That would have taken us... Oh, yeah, that would have taken us back here. Probably to someplace... No, wait. Did we use this? I think we... Dude, I can't even fucking remember. No, we didn't. Okay. Well, we probably could have. Yeah, there's a speed booster block here. That would probably let us get up here. Okay. Well, if we... Yeah, so if I wanted to actually go to... Our... Oh, okay, actually, never mind. I was going to say it's so far, but no, it's actually... Because I thought it would be on the bottom left. Because that's the way it looks on the map, kind of. Well, I guess not really. It actually shows it on the bottom right. Oh, Christ, it's 9:30 already. See, now I'm starting to reach the point of... I felt like in the first hour or two, I almost felt like I could have put this down at any point and be like, yeah, I'll come back to it sometime. And I mentioned how Fusion and AM2R were really like, I had to stop myself from playing it to like sleep and eat. This looks so cool. These backgrounds are sick. But if this was like the criteria region that looked like this or whatever, that'd be awesome, but it's not really like that. Okay, that's closed. Oh, I still can't get through there, but... Oh, I go back to the Emmy area, I see. And it's not like different rooms don't look different, it's that they chose the same combination of the different looks for different rooms and populated the different regions with the same variety of rooms, basically. So going down through here would probably be a little bit of a shortcut, unless I actually do want to go to the right. Well, here's the thing we haven't even been to, so let's go there. I think as the game is kind of, in a way, I was gonna say opening up more. I don't know that that's what I'm enjoying, but our abilities certainly are opening up more. Becoming more interesting and more enjoyable. Okay, I forget. Does this have a thing? Yep. Of course it does. Any enemy that seems like strangely tanky. Okay, the top left corner seems suspicious. Usually has a counter thing. Right. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, oh, can I dash thing? Like, oh yeah, I guess I can, but you lose the grip. Oh. I meant to aim, but I forgot that I have to press L, so I just tapped down. First hour or 2 or 5. Yeah, I mean, I definitely expect the game to be a little bit slow. Of course. Because that's video games. I mean, hell, it's certainly a lot better paced than Lords of Shadow. I think that was like 12 hours or something. But that was really weird because it was like split up over... That's the L button. It's like 3 separate maps that are like essentially 3 standalone games. It's weird. And pacing, like, the game is too long and too slow and whatever, and this game certainly is not have that issue. Dude, that ability is so fun. Probably other stuff here and there maybe, but let's fuck it, I guess. Why don't we go to the hot room since we have the Varia suit and everything. This should be open, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Like, I would not have thought that that power... Like, that's the coolest thing. That's what I like the most when you have, like... Oh, I guess I could have just gone through there. I don't know. But when you have, when you come across something that you're currently unable to get, and you see what it is you can't get past, and you kind of start hypothesizing, like, ooh, I bet if once I get the double jump, or once I get this or that, like, that's gonna allow me to get past here. And then we end up getting an ability that is something totally different from that. That's always a satisfying feeling, I think. Like, when the game manages to be a little bit unpredictable in what's, like, the manner in which it allows you to get past something. It can be satisfying to, like, be anticipating the gathering of a particular power-up or something. Because there's, like, build-up, there's an anticipation of wanting to have that thing. But I usually find it even more exciting when you think you know what you're going to get, but you're getting treated to something different. I mean, at least assuming that that other thing is actually cool and fun to use. Let's head back up here. So there's a bunch of these, what I'm assuming are powerbomb blocks. Oh, I'm probably coming from the right then. Or maybe not. Well, it just looks like a painting outside. That is so cool. I like that a lot. Reminds me in some way of... there's certain rooms in... Yeah, that's not good. There's certain rooms in Zero Mission that has, like, that comic book art in the background, which is, like, a little bit jarring. I don't think this is, like that, but it just reminded me. But I think a lot of the backgrounds, they have a nice, like, low contrast. Like, things don't blend together. Like, overall, the readability is nice. Like, that's something that so many games don't necessarily do super well, so it's always nice when it is done well. And that kind of painterly vibe, I think, typically gels with that. Wait, where's that a missile block? Am I supposed to speed boost here or something? Oh, these... No, they don't... Well, maybe I am. Oh, we're opening up... Whoa, okay, there's just a door there. Well, I feel like there's something more going on here. Okay. Well, not untrue. Yeah, so even doing that kind of stuff, like, there's a lot of tiny little things here that are not nearly as finicky as they could have been. No, we're back here. We're kind of back where we started, actually. Well, not where we started, but we're... okay. But it's probably faster to go back this way we just came, yeah. I wonder if that was just a charge beam or something. Because I never went... No, well... Even if I could have gone into this room, I guess I probably wouldn't have because it's a hot room, so it makes sense. Let's just drop down. Whoa, not down there. Yeah, see, like... Map looks huge. Oh, I wonder if you can... Like, you go invisible to go through the sensor doors. Oh, you can't. Alright, I was wondering if you can do both at once. That'd be cool if you can go through that. That'd be nice, because it's a faster way, but... Actually, can I... Oh, that wouldn't help us anyway, would it? That's okay. Fucking map reading skills. It feels so quaint being stopped by that kind of waist-high wall, being an impenetrable obstacle previously. So this leads us back. Okay. But that's a teleporter, so that's cool to know that that's here. No, I was through here before because I had to do this. So I've definitely been through here. Look, maybe there's something here though, but probably not. It's down there. Oh yeah, we right. We saw here before that there was a door in the elevator room that I didn't actually go through. The extra hot juice is also marked on the map. Yeah, I mentioned this before that I'd heard people say that the map in this game was like really kind of exceptional and well done. And yeah, I think I can see where they're coming from. When I say the map, I mean specifically the map screen, not the level design. I think yeah, this elevator scene looks so cool. All all the load screens, they look so awesome. I really like them. I think like any shortcomings of the map screen and how it is to use it, I think are essentially a straight consequence of the actual level design, the map design. But the map screen and the information it gives is quite convenient. And it's very good because, like, that kind of quality of life sort of bump you get from having clear information on what you've come across and when you're going to come back to it. Like, imagine if this game didn't tell you any of that. Like, with the map this size, if the amount of information you got was the same as in Super Metroid, you'd go insane. Like, it would be terrible. So for how kind of convoluted and big the map is, it's very good. But I mean, I felt similarly with you know, Fusion and Zero Mission, where like none of the things that they give you in the map there feels like it's like cheating you out of anything. Like it's not like, aha, got him. It's not in any way like, oh man, you know, they're taking the game away by not having you like take notes yourself on which door is which or whatever. Like, whoops. See, I could probably, well, I was gonna say I could probably like air dash through part of this, but if I can't make it through the entirety of it, I would be cooked, quite literally. But see, like, this looks cool, right? But there's hot rooms like this in at least 2 different regions, so it doesn't feel, I don't know. Not to mention the whole concept of like trying to make our way back to the surface to find our ship gets certainly undermined by scenes like this that, I mean, technically we don't see a sky, but it feels like an outdoors background. Let me just check this real quick. Yeah, I didn't have the morph ball, so I just wanted to see if there was anything to that little unexplored part there. Well, I've been going for a little bit longer than I thought / expected, to be honest, and I really need to go get some dinner. But I'm happy to leave it here for tonight. We made some good progress, and I feel like if I would have wrapped the stream up an hour ago or 2 hours ago, I would have been feeling kind of lukewarm on this game. But it's kind of gaining momentum, I feel like. Not to say that I disliked any part of it. I think there's genuinely plenty about this game that has impressed me and surprised me, which is really, really cool. I guess my standards are just very high when it comes to Metroid games after having played through all those other ones. But this has been fun. I look forward to playing this more. I don't look forward to having to stay vigilant and wary of spoilers and cool gifs of stuff I don't want to see before I've played the game to the end for the next couple of days. But we will be back on Monday, 6 p.m. Central European Summertime. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot something. Okay, technically I'm not at full health or full resources, so let's do this. Let's ask Samus for a little bit of help. Replenished 100 energy. Alright, I just wanted to try that. Oh, that's fine. Actually, let's also... Oh, you can load checkpoint and save point. Interesting. Yeah, I just want to see what this... Yeah, 328. Wow, okay. I was speculating we might have been around 4 hours, like 40 minutes ago, but not quite. Oh man, that bothers me that we see the full item collection. I was like, well, seeing the item collection per map region on the map screen before you beat the game seems like, well, at least you would have to do a bunch of mental gymnastics to figure out the full completion percentage. But no, they just tell you. But you know, given that we've completed the other games with roughly 50 to 70% completion. If this game is similar in terms of how much effort it would require to collect stuff, and can be reasonably assumed to end up in a similar spot, I guess that means if that is true, which I don't know if it is, that would put us at about a third of the way through. I mean, given that it took 3 streams to beat Fusion, I guess that sounds about right. We've done what? 3 or 4 out of 7 Emmys. So we still got a lot of game left, I imagine. But we've still made a decent bit of progress. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if I sour on the game or if I get more excited as we go. But we'll find out at least part of that answer on Monday. I'm gonna figure out who else is streaming so we can raid them and just hang out and see what's happening. And I'm gonna go make some dinner. So I'll figure out who's streaming and we'll raid them. But yeah, until Monday or whenever else you come back and hang out, thank you very much for tonight and happy weekend and all that. And see you guys then. Thanks for watching. Bye.